Hello, y'all. I'll be starting in just a sec. Hello, everybody. Good evening and good morning to my fellow Aussies. I do return Erratic Cookie. They can't keep me down. And, really, they can. I'm probably gonna get banned again soon, but it's nice to be back. What's up, everybody? Depraved Ambiance, Sylvie, Darkwater, welcome to the chat. Buncore, you are based as usual. Etch, good to see you. I know, Buncore took all of the spots. And what's up, chat? So, while we're back, the news is not very different than what it's been while I've just been on YouTube. We're going to cover all of it, but we do have some good news. Again, it's the same good news, but it is continuing to grow globally. Now, quick house cleaning for the day. I won't be here tomorrow. I will be streaming Wednesday my time, Tuesday for y'all Americans. It is my birthday on Wednesday. And so I got some stuff to do with some friends afterward, and I won't be here on Thursday. Other than that, though, I will try and stream as much as possible this week, and maybe we'll play some games and have some fun on Wednesday. I get knocked down, but I get up again. They're never going to keep me down. True. Vizor be like, can't stop, won't stop. That is true. I both cannot and will not stop. Latina Mafune. Thank you, Erratic Cookie, and Salamander Sapien. So I suppose let's get started with some of the good news. There are quite a few countries in the world where there are uprisings, primarily by the young people, primarily by Gen Z. They've been dubbed the Gen Z protests by the mainstream media. I would call it closer to the Gen Z revolution because they have actually succeeded in overthrowing several world governments, Nepal being the one that all of us know. Now, Madagascar is heating up today. Morocco is also heating up. Peru is ongoing. There's Georgia, which is well over 300 days of fighting for their country. But just to kick it off,
from Peru to Morocco, from Madagascar to Serbia, Gen Z are taking to the streets. Is this coincidence
Indonesia's
or the
still
start
fighting.
of a global
Salamander
movement? In Nepal, their protest led to political change.
The image of young people, of the masses, overthrowing a government can be very empowering, and that can triggers or at least inspires people in other countries to try the same thing.
Now, protests have erupted across the globe.
This is about inequality, and this is about young people feeling that they have no future. And we're talking about job opportunities, access to public infrastructure, simple things.
What else unites them?
Simple things, just regular shit humans need to survive and to prosper, let alone like function in a society.
They are creative, think memes and anime flags. They are digital, organized on TikTok and Discord. They are determined and sometimes violent, challenging power even under threat. But their grievances are also diverse. In Nepal, censorship. In Madagascar, blackouts and poverty.
Well, it was also poverty in Nepal. Poverty is kind of across the board. Where have you been where you weren't here? I was banned. I was on YouTube, Ortega.
In Morocco, a World Cup dream that's left the people behind.
People tend to overlook Gen Zs as brain rot generation, as TikTok generation that are politically inactive, right? But I would say that I think now we see that they are driven, and they actually want a secure, a better future, not only for themselves, but their entire generation.
Regardless of whether or not they were brain rotted or seen as politically inactive, this is what happens when you decrease the standard of living, the material conditions that people exist in. Consistently, the people who were not politically active become politically active. What do you think about Israel? Like, do you think that this ceasefire is real by any means? Have you seen what Israeli ministers are saying? Don't ask silly questions.
So, it may not be a single movement, but young people in different countries are rallying around the same symbols.
Here, before we continue on with the good news, let me just answer this question about Israel really quickly. Here's Israeli Defense Minister Israel Katz. Israel's greatest challenge after the phase of returning hostages will be the destruction of all of Hamas's terror tunnels in Gaza directly by the IDF and through international mechanisms to be established under the leadership and supervision of the US. This is the primary significance of implementing the agreed upon principle of demilitarizing Gaza. They're going to continue bombing. That's it. Like, it's just that simple. You shouldn't be surprised, even remotely, by that. Oh, wait, the fuck? You're back on Twitch? You're still shadow banned then, because you do not appear in the search query? It's not surprising at all. Salamander Sapien, I am back on Twitch, but, yeah. You did not appear on my following? Well, they're gonna keep doing that kind of stuff. If you aren't currently following me on Twitch, please be sure to jump in and go do that. What are you speaking of? Trump has saved all of the Middle East and Israel with his policies and 1 billion Americans from fentanyl. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. You have been on Twitch all the time? Alright, Wardega, you need to take a break. Back to the news. Now, some even better news. The soldiers in Madagascar have refused orders to shoot the protesters, like, properly. I can find you now, but you're more or less a ghost in my UI. There's zero way I would know if you're live. Would love to hear that. It's a server propagation issue, not a shadow ban. One or the other, either way. Not even like I care at this point. It's looking pretty rowdy over there. Again, soldiers in Madagascar rejected the order to shoot protesters. This is why the leader of Madagascar is currently calling this a coup. Soldiers in Madagascar, quote, They are our friends, brothers, and sisters. Madagascar soldier publicly urges colleagues police to refuse orders to shoot protesters as several thousand of Gen Z march in the capital, insisting that the president must step down. I mean, I can't understand it, but nice to see. Yeah, that's a lot of people. Oh, you know, this is actually my government kind of energy. Yeah, I wish I would see this more in the West as well. You know it's fucking wild when you got, you know, the military holding their AK, like, chanting to the crowd at a protest, and the crowd's chanting back with the military. That is some wild shit. You do not see that often. Big fan. Big fan. I mean, continuing on, the army of Madagascar turned against the president. A power grab is looming in the country. I would say more so the army sided with the protesters here. Now, we'll see how that turns out. That's not necessarily always going to continue. And, I mean, like, they're the army. I don't know how much trust you can have in them. I don't actually know much about Madagascar's, like, political system. But officials claim that President André Rajoelina remains in the country, but some media outlets report that he may have left the capital. Protests in Madagascar began on September 25th in the capital. At first, people took to the streets over water and power outages, but later they began demanding the government's resignation. According to the UN, at least 22 people have been killed and more than 100 injured since the start of the protests. The military is usually working class. No, perhaps not the officer class, but the enlisted. Yes, but there's also, like, a very cult aspect that goes along with being in the military, and, I mean, like, historically, military coups don't tend to go all that well. I'm Turkish, so maybe that's just speaking from experience. Lots of straw hat energy going around in the world. That is true. In fact, good news. I've officially seen my first One Piece flag at an American protest, and it's in Portland. So good on them. Censored me for asking of a spreading of this type of good result. Of course, well, that's not all that surprising. Now, let's hear what the Madagascar president has to say, or rather, the talking heads have to say about it.
Now let's go to the Indian Ocean country of Madagascar, where the president's office says a, quote, violent attempt to seize power is underway. And now an elite unit of Madagascar's army has claimed control of all military forces. The special unit is known as CAPSAT and joined anti-government protests just yesterday. It called on other security forces to follow them. The protests began in September over shortages of electricity and water and have grown into a challenge for President Ange Ratwelda. Now, in recent hours, CAPSAT unit leaders joined together for a video statement telling other military brass that they are in charge.
From now on, all orders of the Malagasy army, whether air, land, sea, will originate from CAPSAT headquarters.
That's
Assuming that means we're not taking orders from the president. Many people don't know Luffy is Latino. Oda based him on Brazilian culture. That is true. I did know that, surprisingly. When you take power with a gun, your chances of seeing that gun as the means of all the problem solving probably follow a bit. Yeah, oftentimes they do, but sometimes you have no choice in the matter either. And that is the difficulty in violent revolution. There is very little room for error and very high chance of error at the same time.
Cross to Madagascar's capital, Antananarivo, where journalist Gail Borgia is following development for us. Hello, Gail. Nice to see you again. Now, this sounds like a coup attempt is underway. Is it?
Not particularly.
It is difficult to say because, since the beginning of this movement, Gen Z is saying that it's a popular movement. It's people from the street who want to express themselves. The CAPSAT decided to stop obeying orders because they think.
See, the framing of this as a military coup is actually very American coded. The fact that this is being called a coup when it's just the military saying, hey, I don't care if you're the president, I'm not gonna shoot other citizens of my country. I'm not gonna shoot my neighbors. I'm not gonna shoot my brothers and sisters. I'm not gonna shoot innocent people out on the street protesting. And to refer to that as a coup is telling, so to say. Depraved ambiance, I wouldn't advocate for the military coup. They usually just end up badly. I was offering a possible explanation as why Madagascar's military might be siding with the protesters. Beyond that, I think, you're right, absolutely. I don't think this has anything to do with the coup. I think the military is siding with the protesters because they realize that the protesters are correct. It's just that simple. We won't kill people we know. Leaders. Coup! Exactly. The framing is not just strange, actually, it's just dishonest. It's a literal repeat of the interview from CNN going around right now. Basically, coup is when the military not being your state dogs, essentially. Yeah. It's civil society trying to take power back into their hands. Again, don't buy into that framing. They would say the same thing if the National Guard in Portland just decided to protect the protesters from ICE. They would also call this a coup.
They are part of the population. They experience the same things. Everyone here has been suffering from power cuts, from water cuts. They say they live among the population, so they know what they are going through. What they said yesterday was, we don't want to be paid to kill our sisters, our brothers, our friends. And that's
literally, that's it. It's as simple as that. We don't want to kill our friends, our brothers, and our sisters, and this is a coup. That's it. Fox News, Gen Z Antifa members of Madagascar compromised the military in the radical left coup. Honestly, we're not very far off from that. I feel like if Fox News gave a shit enough about Madagascar to do a news report on this, that is how they would frame it. But in Portland, we have the rise of inflatables. To be fair, that is also a protest tactic that's been seen pretty repeatedly around the world. Look at what happened in Turkey earlier in the year when we had Pikachu running from the police. Finally, an honest journalist. True. Holy shit, I was joking. I had no idea that I was that directly on the nose. Yup.
That's why they decided to help the protesters to reach the democracy, the 13 Mai Square, which is a place well known as a contest, a protest place in Madagascar.
Right. So,
moving on to the rest of these, obviously, support for the protests. Hold on. Good for them. Here is Morocco's king trying to get out of his own sticky situation with protesters. Portland showed us hip thrusts have power. That is also true.
The protesters were expecting strong words, but speaking before Parliament, King Mohammed VI made no direct mention of the demonstrations that have mobilised Morocco's youth for the past 2 weeks.
I expect faster implementation and better results from the new generation of local development programs that I have asked the government to prepare, ensuring that urban and rural areas benefit equally.
The King's speech echoed some of the protesters' demands.
Okay, first off, I did not know that Morocco's government looks like a Klan rally when it's in low detail like this. Beyond that, though, it is not particularly a good strategy when you have an uprising, youth protests all around your country, and you as the king are gonna ignore the youth protests and not talk about it, but at the same time try and put out some social reforms to try and quell the dissent and the resistance movement. I feel like if you wanted actual, stability, you could do both. I feel like by tying the social reforms that you're pushing for to directly the protests, that then validates the protests and makes those protesters chill out a little bit. Now, the reason they won't do this is because by doing that, you then give the protesters more power. And they are too afraid to do that. Nobody is talking about how Trump just gutted special education, putting millions of American kids with disabilities in danger of being kicked out of schools. Did that not just happen today? Like, it's on my docket, so, you know. But it shouldn't surprise you that nobody is really talking about it, especially not the mainstream media. Thank you, doo-doo detector.
Prioritising education and health reforms. He also warns that social programs must not compete for resources with major infrastructure projects, including preparations for the World Cup. But will that be enough to calm the anger on the streets? The protests erupted after the deaths of 8 women during childbirth last August, sparking outrage online. The movement, calling itself Gen Z 212, is demanding action against unemployment, corruption, and failing public services.
Young people are demanding schools and hospitals.
Yes, World Cup, as in, like, the next World Cup, not the one that's currently happening. I think that one's set to happen in the United States. But you're seeing, like, World Cup-related protests happening in other countries because they're building a stadium for the next one. I need Gavin to start saying 2026 World Cup California. Why not? Yeah, I'd be dead or institutionalized if I was born today under the new structure. That says a lot, all in and of itself. Oof, yeah. I mean, that's kind of the plan, I suppose, unfortunately. Y'all, America's cooked. We know this. They're not even letting people leave anymore. They just arrested a professor who teaches about, like, resistance history when he tried to flee to Spain at the airport the other day.
It's not impossible. We need them in Morocco. How can the authorities not understand that? Where is the government? Where is Akanouche, who does nothing but talk?
Prime Minister Aziz Akanouche has become the focus of the protesters' anger, with many calling
Hold
for...
off on the America talk for a hot minute. We'll get there. I just wanted to go through some good news before we get to the wasteland, as usual. Now let's take a look at the Gen Z protests broadly. I really would like to take in the good news a little bit before we look into the horrors.
From Morocco to Madagascar to Nepal, members of Gen Z are taking to the streets in protest and making specific demands for social justice.
Don't forget Peru, Colombia, I believe France is still protesting. There's also Georgia, like... We're so fucking back. I hated YouTube so much. Me too, Comrade Lily. The amount of chat censorship on YouTube is insane. What's up, Alexander? Good to be back. Sitting in a chair getting popcorn and lurking while I do some chores? Best way to do it, Salamander.
In Peru, groups of young anti-government protesters have clashed with police for weeks, and just last night, lawmakers impeached the president. Here's ABC's Tom Sufi-Burridge.
From running battles on the streets of Madagascar, challenging the police and the president, to the city squares of Morocco, where almost every night crowds call on the Prime Minister there to step down. These are the Gen Z protests, spreading on social media, including gaming app Discord, sweeping across...
Oh, you think YouTube's bad, Comrade Lily? Speaking on, like, an unrelated subject for a second, there's now reports from TikTok that people outside of the United States on American, on phones that don't have an American SIM card or use the American App Store to download TikTok, are finding that some of their, like, posts are not visible to Americans who did use the American App Store and do have an American SIM card. Oh, thank you for the sub, Tacoma Blues. Well, thank you. Much appreciated. So, that's pretty scary, and the implications of that are terrifying. I mean, I'm sure we'll see them spread more as well. We'll get to that when we get to it.
Across multiple continents, Africa, Asia and South America. A leaderless movement in a fight against corruption and for social justice. In Peru, protesters taking on the authorities in recent weeks, and late last night, lawmakers impeaching the president over rising crime and accusations of corruption. Members of the Gen Z movement saying young people are being robbed of a brighter future.
We deserve to be heard by the authorities, and we deserve to have freedom of speech, and we deserve to live in better conditions.
You, understand, you are being robbed. What, generations before us got to have nice lives, got to buy a house, raise children, go to school, have freedom, but what? Young people nowadays across the world don't? Why? Because time went by and the capitalists consolidated their power? No, fuck that. Fuck that. Return with a V. This is what they stole from you. It's only a matter of time before the US joins this wave. The US has already joined this wave. It's just not to this degree. But yeah, no, it is a matter of time. Look, real countries. That is true.
Demos in Nepal last month quickly spiralling out of control. The country's parliament set on fire. Abhishek says he was shot in the leg by police at a protest.
I'm 22 and I don't think this is how government should treat us.
Grief and anger at the funerals of those shot dead. In the crackdown by authorities, more than 70 protesters were killed, and the Prime Minister of Nepal was
That's the other side of this, by the way. If we're talking seriously about this is the kind of movement that is happening across the world, and eventually, whether you want it or not, that's not up for debate here. We're not talking about what's good, what we're advocating for. No, we're talking about reality. This will spread to the West if this continues on the way that it does. And when this does spread to the West, it's important to keep in mind that there are sacrifices made. 70 protesters were shot and killed in Nepal. I am not in support of that. I'm not in support of anyone getting killed. But this is what tends to happen when you have to fight for your freedoms, for your democracy. And we're seeing a simultaneous reduction in freedoms and democracy throughout the West that if a movement like this were to spread, it would then be met with quite severe force. And it's important to mentally prepare for this kind of a thing. That guy who had a leg injury is tougher than a certain bitch-ass Charlie I can think of. That's also true. You're gonna get me banned again. Can we start calling his son David Gunnarsson? I like it. Yep. David Gunnarsson. This tends to happen when commenters start standing up to the king. That is true. That is true. That's a lie. That never existed for a vast majority of the world and for a sizable majority of America at the time. That is also true.
Forced to resign. His departure galvanizing the Gen Z movement elsewhere. In Morocco, protest triggered after several women died whilst having routine C-sections at one hospital. It was proof for many of the woeful state of the country's healthcare. At a time when Morocco is spending...
Hey, look, people, protesting over healthcare, while Americans are getting their healthcare taken away.
Billions of dollars on new stadiums for the 2030 Soccer World Cup.
Public hospitals are in such a bad shape that women die out of C-sections, while at the same time, the Moroccan government is building the biggest football stadium in the world. I mean, what is the sense of priorities?
You know what? At least they're building something. We're doing the same shit in America. We're taking away your healthcare. We're not even building anything. Not to say that I want a fucking football stadium. No, but that's just going into people's pockets. That's it. That's the whole point of it all. We're not gonna build anything. You should have that money. It should not be in the pockets of 1,000 billionaires, and we also should not be building a massive fucking footy stadium in a country that can't fund its hospitals. Which obviously it would be able to fund its hospitals if it wasn't building a football stadium.
Moroccan rapper Hatek says her friends have been arrested simply for attending a peaceful protest.
Not even animals
Sounds familiar.
deserve to be treated that way. So, like, the authorities need to be held accountable first for sending innocent people to prison facing up to 10 years.
Some people are comparing today's protest to the Arab Spring movement in 2011, which overthrew several leaders in North Africa and the Middle East. But one activist says the demands of the Gen Z campaign are more specific.
Now it's different. The youth do not have like political demands. They have social demands. They want a better healthcare system. They want a better educational system. So they know what they're talking about, but they are specific in their demands.
The calls from protesters further south in Madagascar are even more basic: running water and electricity.
We have days.
Yeah, no, running water and electricity is pretty fucking standard. Etch, don't you worry, that bubble will pop all on its own. The government's doing a great job with that one.
When we don't have water, when you don't have electricity during 12 hours. And I think that in 2025, it's not normal to live in these conditions.
Overnight, the protests in Madagascar escalating. The UN says more than 20 people have been killed in recent weeks, but Maya says he and others won't give up.
The situation in Madagascar today is so bad, you're willing to keep risking your life for this fight.
Quand on fait la revendication, en fait, on pourrait en mourir.
What else are you supposed to do? Like, yeah, no, of course they're willing to risk their lives to try and make their country better. What, give up? And go where? Where is this also not a problem? And also, why the fuck would you give up? What else are you going to do other than fight for your freedom and your country and the people and their standard of living? This is an insane, like, question to ask. No shit. Give up and live in squalor or fight? Like, not even live in squalor. You'll die of starvation. You'll die of exposure to the elements at this point. Like, you think that if all of these people went home and no change was to occur, that the situation would stay the same? Do you think that it would improve? No, of course not. It would get worse. And it's already at the point where people are dying. It's the only rational thing to do.
Mais c'est mieux de mourir en essayant en fait que de rester.
Oh, I didn't mean that to you, Depraved Ambiance. It was more like everybody.
Our thanks to Tom
most of these
Burridge
people
for shedding a light on that situation there.
Yeah, you're right. The media guy was implying that, and that was more who that was directed to. Apologies if that was a little unclear. Now, we'll take this. Everything we're seeing all across the world, several countries, ongoing. That wasn't even all of them. And let's look at what's happening at home. By the way, this is Buggy, just an older Twitch I used to have. Oh, that's okay. That's my name, Bozo. Welcome, Buggy again. Now, if we take a look at what's happening in the United States, and we take a look at what caused these protests and even uprisings in some of these other countries, there's a pretty massive difference in the rationale behind them. In those countries, yes, obviously the regime is killing people, abusing the protesters, assaulting them. But that began after the protests. Before that, the protesters rationaled why they needed to protest because of economic warfare, because of the disparities in wealth, because of their access to healthcare, because of the ability to access standard, necessary functions of being a human being. Meanwhile, in America, now we are also seeing the regime assaulting protesters, killing people, in Chicago at the very least, and beyond that, taking away people's health care, their right to really even just exist. But the violence did not start after the protests. The violence was started by the regime, which led to the protests. And the violence has not stopped. Now, for example, this was in Los Angeles. This was June of this year. This was the first example of the invasion of American cities and states by the US government. All the way back in June. The U.S. Attorney in Los Angeles charged Ippolito, a U.S. citizen, with assault on a federal officer. Does this look like he's assaulting the federal officer?
Don't even fucking touch me. I ain't fucking touching you. I ain't fucking touching you. If you don't move, I'm not fucking touching you. Come on.
Now, they didn't just spray him, they didn't just arrest him. They slammed his face into the pavement and pinned their knees on his back and neck as he gasped for air and convulsed. The regime agents lied that he attacked them, and he was later released without charges. I live in Portland. It's never been described by maggots. Yeah, of course not. Of course not. They want to kill people. Footage shows him convulsing on the ground. Yeah, that's not generally normal bodily behavior, you know? Garbage country, that is true. Fuck yeah, they do. Pricks pulled my fucking helmet off. That is not surprising. They want to kill people. They have killed people. The courts are going to be filled to the brim with lawsuits against ICE, thus clogging and slowing them down. The thing is, you can't quite have a class action lawsuit anymore. You have to have the state AG file one, which means that all of these are going to be civil suits, which does mean, yes, the courts are going to be clogged down and slowed down by them, but also a lot of these aren't really going to result in much of anything. The ICE agents have essentially the ability to do whatever the hell they want, and no consequences for them. The courts keep coming in and saying, hey, you can't do this, hey, you can't do that. They're not even listening. They're just ignoring the courts. Right now, there is an active effort by the regime to attack the judges, calling them Antifa, calling them terrorist supporters and extremists to legitimize an attack on the courts. Oh, what's happening with the YouTube stream? Oh, never mind. It says it's not getting enough video, but it clearly is. ICE agents are the guys who asked Charlie Kirk at TPUSA events like Amerifest when they get to use the guns. That is true. Now, let's take a look at what the war zone in Portland looks like. By the way, this is from right-wing slop media, too. Like, it's this bad that even the New York Post is showing this amount.
Gas mask on. They're coming out hard. Oh. Gas. Oh, yeah, shut them down. You, man. Oh. Quit shoving. You're punching. I saw you punch him. Leave them alone. You, man. Pick a side. Get out of the road.
Well, Latino Mafune, you are correct. The only people against anti-fascism are the fascists. Yet when you have a dictator, when your country becomes a dictatorship, the country does not announce the end of democracy. It does not say, hey, we're a dictatorship now. It just announces that anti-fascists are extremist terrorists and are illegal.
On any level. If you have your
Why is he running into it?
So when you hear President talk war zone over in Portland, he's not lying, but the war zone is all they're doing. Again, the protesters are out there in inflatable animal costumes. Hitler was a fascist before the concentration camps appeared. That's true. And also, those were legal, like this is. The Soviets said that at the Antifa roundtable, that Antifa's been a problem since Weimar Germany. Like, yeah, exactly. Obviously, this is Nazi shit. Alright, give me 2 secs. I'll leave you guys with this. I just gotta pee, and then we're gonna continue on, because we got a lot of this. And we're gonna go into that Antifa roundtable a bit more, and we're also gonna talk about found. Are we back? Let's see if I, can do something about this and make it a little bit less shitty. There we go. So Twitch is back now, and YouTube, there's not much I can do about. Sorry guys, welcome back. Oh no, YouTube is fine too now. I think I may have actually fixed it. Good to know. I didn't get any F, that's good, that's good. I saw it on my Twitch inspector, massive spike, and it said unstable now, so I wasn't sure.
With a judge pointing out that there was no credible evidence of a rebellion in the state of Illinois, and therefore no need for the troops. What we're seeing here across America is this epic struggle between presidential power and state sovereignty being played out in these big Democratic voting cities. And the message from the Democrats, the boast of the Democrats in this one now is, if Congress won't check this president's power, then Chicago will.
Fucking hope so, because Congress isn't going to, and neither will the courts.
Immigrants are here to stay! Immigrants are here to stay!
In the fading light of a Chicago evening, more than 1,000 gathered.
Stand up, fight back!
This city now the latest crucible for the deafening power struggles of Trump's America.
The National Guard does not belong in our city.
Now actually, on that subject, I want to listen to Cappy. Now, if you don't know who Cappy is a military YouTuber who actually did a video on the subject of why it's really bad to have U.S. troops in U.S. cities. We'll watch this when we get to it, actually, because I just want to cover some of the horrific shit that is being done to Americans by the regime, by the federal government. So, this was earlier in the month. An ICE officer pushed a photojournalist to the ground at an immigration court at 26 Federal Plaza in New York City, and had to get saved by EMS. Couldn't get up afterward. Now, you guys keep mentioning Frog Guy, and unironically, yeah, American Tiananmen Square. It's gonna be all these inflatables getting run down by the military. We already saw Pam Bondi say during this Antifa roundtable, in fact, I'll pull up the video for you guys now, that they were going to deal with Antifa the way that we are dealing with the drug cartels. Those are the words that she used. Now, the way that we're dealing with the drug cartels is by hitting them with Hellfire missiles currently. You won't be seeing drones used domestically, but you will be seeing helicopters. And guess what? Portland's been seeing military helicopters in the region. But here's Pam Bondi, if you weren't aware.
Down the organization brick by brick. Just like we did with cartels, we're going to take the same approach, President Trump, with Antifa. Destroy the entire organization from top to bottom. We're going to take them apart. Thanks to your bold leadership and the designation of Antifa as a terrorist organization, which is exactly what they are.
Now, take that and combine it with Kristi Noem, who said that Antifa is just as bad as
What this
Hezbollah,
is and
Hamas, and ISIS. They are not exactly playing around here.
What this is and what damage it is doing to our country, and how this network of Antifa is just as sophisticated as MS-13, as TDA, as ISIS, as Hezbollah, as Hamas, as all of them. They are just as dangerous. They have an agenda to destroy us, just like the other terrorists we've dealt with for many, many years. And today is the day that we have a president that won't tolerate it and will stand up and fight for the American people. So thank you for being here.
By the way, if you guys aren't aware, there is now a gun owners registry as a thing in America. Like, we are currently building one. Let me see if I have that one as well. There it is. All of this obviously tying in together. The practical result of any injunction that would apply to a host of individuals unknown to defendants of or to the court would make compliance with such an injunction practically impossible. In sum, defendants' proposed judgment appropriately limits its scope to members of the organizational plaintiffs who have been identified and verified to defendants during this litigation, blah, 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 blah. This being a federal judge being convinced to force gun rights groups to hand over their membership lists. Within 21 days of issuance of this judgment, those plaintiffs identified in paragraph 2B shall provide to defendants a verified list of their members as of November 6, 2020. Subsection B being, no, sorry, it's not in this. The list of groups that are being forced to. I would imagine this would include groups like the SRA and the NRA. So, fucking really? Yes, yes, absolutely. Dan Miller says that Antifa is an empty signifier or floating signifier, and that's on purpose. It lets them apply to anyone they want. Oh, absolutely. It's anyone who they, like, MAGA is also Antifa under those circumstances. Remember, chat, the people who are on the right who claim to be defenders of America and claim to fight against Antifa, the MAGA, these are the lowest scum of the earth? Oh, absolutely. Remember, these were the people who talked about how Kamala Harris was going to come for your guns. They are coming for your guns. They've been coming for your guns. It was one of the first things that they spoke about. Now, while they're coming for your guns, while they've taken away your freedom of speech, the Constitution's dead.
Yes. What's going on? So there's the Illinois State Police stood next to the car, gave a warning, and said this is an illegal assembly.
The Illinois State Police.
There it is.
Being ordered to this is an unlawful assembly. In violation of Illinois law.
No, it's not.
You are required to leave.
Protesting is your right, but of course, you know, that's breaking the law now. What's up, try plugging it in? You read half the message? Oh, I know what, like, the rest of it was a bit more of a Fed post. You do realize that it's Fed posting to say pretty much anything now. We've covered National Security Memorandum 7, NSPM 7, being it is now terrorism to be anti-America, anti-capitalism, anti-Christianity, anti-migrants getting treated like animals, anti-trans people getting treated like animals, that you are against MAGA, that you are against the US federal government, that you are against Christian values, meaning that, you know, you think gay people should be able to get married. This is all terrorism now, according to NSPM 7. And remember that this is not a executive order. This is far beyond that. I mean, they're on the same side as the Confederates were. Well, actually, they go beyond that, even. Is the stream available for me tomorrow? Yeah, absolutely. You can jump to the YouTube channel, and you can find this stream calibrating in the full stream section in the playlists, or just, like, hit live, and you can find all the VODs there. Surprised they didn't include wokeness in the executive order. I mean, it wasn't an executive order. It was NSPM 7. It's a national security declaration. But wokeness is included. It's just everything that they define as wokeness. Literally institutionalized slavery is already a thing? Oh, absolutely. And, like, that's kind of the point, so. And remember, it's not an executive order. It's far more wide-reaching. They didn't even need to tell us this. We don't know what National Security Memorandum 6 is. It's still classified. Now here's Meal Team 6, one of the Texas National Guard, failing to catch a protester that they're running after. The Gravy SEALs not doing their job very well. I wonder if Hegseth has anything to say about this. Hey, capitalism has some flaws. Fed post, locking kids in cages seems bad. Fed post, I think the US should do healthcare better. Fed post, yep. Am I allowed to point out that one of the Orange Dump's former sex workers compared him to a tiny mushroom in here? I suppose that is still a Fed post, but it's allowed. Now, ICE murdered somebody in Chicago. We've talked about this before. This is not the only person. This is just the only one that's been reported on the news, but it still hasn't been reported in detail, just like how this happened. Zora, I heard they were told the guy had a cheeseburger on him. Based. Because it's pretty bad.
12 minutes late.
Why can I not hear you? You are far too quiet.
He was 12
Okay,
minutes
yeah,
late.
I can't hear you, too quiet. He was 12 minutes late for work.
That's all it took for everyone.
And
to
because
know
of
what
this,
was wrong.
that gave the feds time. That gave the feds time to harass him. That gave the feds time to lie about what they were doing, and they shot and killed him. Now, this is too quiet. I'm just going to post this in the chat if you guys want to take a look at it yourself. It's not going to be loud enough for me to watch it. But this is the scene of the crime that was committed by ICE.
In suburban Chicago, a blood-stained car marking a deadly flashpoint in America's immigration raids. The Department of Homeland Security saying ICE officers in Franklin Park tried stopping a vehicle driven by 38-year-old Silverio Villegas Gonzalez, but say he refused to follow commands and drove his car at law enforcement officers, dragging one a significant distance. ICE saying that officer, who sustained severe injuries, feared for his life, shooting Villegas Gonzalez, who later died at the hospital. DHS describes the individual as a criminal illegal alien with a history of reckless driving, though a review of Villegas Gonzalez's publicly available record.
On this for a second. So yesterday, I started, for the first time in my life, playing Wolfenstein, the New Order. The game from 2007, I believe, like the Nazi killing game. And a thing that sticks out about this to me is in that game there are little newspaper clippings that you can read that show what, like, the Reich is like after they win World War II, because that's what happens in that game's story. And in one of those instances, there is a newspaper article about a resistance member who escaped a prison in Berlin and was killed by the police. And in that, they describe it as, well, you know, like, this person was a criminal and a rapist and subhuman, so, like, it doesn't really matter. And just this gives me that vibe instantly. Well, it was a criminal illegal alien with a history of reckless driving, so it doesn't matter that we shot him. Even though, no, that's not true. And beyond that, all of what, like, they described as what led to the incident is also a lie. He was not driving his car at them. But beyond that, take that for a second and put that to the side. We still don't know when ICE agents are ICE agents. They don't have identification. They don't show you a badge. Not to mention that you can just buy a fake badge, or you can buy fake ICE gear and put it on and go harass people. In fact, that is being done. There are people who dress up as ICE and go kidnap women to sexually assault them, men, children as well. This is something you read in history books pre-World War II. I think this will be something that will be remembered by history. Well, I sure as fuck hope so. Because the only way it doesn't get remembered is if they win. To the point, like, here, though, of it is not possible to know if someone is an ICE agent or not. All that, clearly, unless they choose to, like, show you identification. To the point where, like, this is barely a joke anymore.
the car right now. Get in. Get the in. Shut the up and don't say anything, okay?
Please don't hurt me.
You said shut up.
Yo, please, I'm a U.S. citizen, guys.
Oh, for sake. God damn it. Everyone thinks we're ICE. We're kidnappers.
I'm here legally, okay?
Of course you're here legally. We don't get any money for an undocumented person.
Wait, what?
Hey, relax. I know you're probably scared right now, but don't worry, we're not going to deport you. We're just going to kidnap you.
Oh, thank God. That's awesome.
Oh, thank God, it's not ICE.
You guys really not? You guys sure you're in ICE?
Really? You think we're in ICE? Do you think ICE looks like this?
Hey, wait. Do not fucking play copyrighted music like that.
Really?
I was telling you that earlier. You're like the worst person in the group to do that. Like, you look like the bad guy in every black basketball movie.
Okay, well, that's not the point. The point is we all hate Trump and everything he's doing.
No, really, we all hate Trump. We think he's a criminal. We think he's got no roadmap for this country politically and socially. And to be honest, we all voted for Jill Stein.
Yeah, and his terrorists are making it really hard to import ski masks.
Okay. Anyway, tell us who to call for your ransom.
Open up, police!
My favorite part.
Funny.
Hi, officer. How can I help you?
Yeah, we got some reports about a guy getting dragged into a car kicking and screaming.
Oh, yeah, we're with ICE.
Oh, okay. Well, then you should have just said that earlier, brother. Yo, they're lying, bro. Hey, shut the up, you immigrant that keep coming to this country. Learn the language. Hey, put your mask back on, buddy. You're doing the Lord's work, okay? You stay safe out there.
Thank you, officer.
Yeah.
How unlikely is something like this to occur? Because, not that unlikely, again, you could just kidnap somebody and then the cops come and ask, be like, oh, sorry, yeah, we're with ICE, I just don't have my mask on me. It would be funny if it wasn't true. Yeah, exactly. Like, obviously this is a parody, but it's not particularly far off from a possible reality. I'm gonna bet this has happened. Honestly, out of a country of 350 million people, yeah, I'd be surprised if it hadn't happened. Not to mention when, like, the actual ICE agents do shit like this. Yeah, no, like a regular cop that gets told, hey, like, actually, we're ICE, we're not kidnapping this person, we're just detaining him for the government. Like, do you think that they're gonna question it all that much? First off, if you look the part, you look the part. They're not gonna show you your ID. They're not gonna show the cops the ID. ICE is gassing the cops in Chicago right now. Oh yes, the we voted for Jill Stein bit is peak. So, this cyclist is just recording, like the ICE officers. Oh, but sorry, you're not allowed to record anymore. That's terrorism now. What they were saying is, don't follow us, we will arrest you, you will be arrested for following us. Again, you have every right to follow government workers to make sure that they are doing their job in a legal way. You pay their salary. They work for you. Remember, the Republicans would say shit like this regularly? They were right. It just doesn't apply anymore. And they're wasting your money. It's, what, 4 cop cars and 8 agents to kidnap a 15-year-old girl? You need that much backup? That we're all paying for, by the way. We're paying for them to go and kidnap a 15-year-old girl, first and foremost. God knows whatever the fuck they're doing with her, considering it's the pedophile government. But, what, you need 8 cops to kidnap one 15-year-old? With 4 cars? She's screaming, I'm 15. I'm 15.
I can't hear people. It's all back
IDF levels of redundancy? Well, you know, they are trained by the IDF, so. The IOF.
Yeah, they're at home. I've learned.
A 15-year-old. Like, know for a fact that she's not a violent extremist. She's 15. What did she do? What? Like, who knows? I don't, like, is there any evidence that she was illegal? No, none of that. Oh, hello. Welcome, Raiders. Thank you, Zachap, for the raid. Everyone, go and follow Zachap, based streamer, based educator. Welcome back. Thank you, Arberlin. I'm happy to be back, finally, after a month of being banned from Twitch for literally just reporting the news. It is good to be back. It's good to see you as well, Zach. Again, these people are demons. Jarko, welcome back. I missed you. Thank you. I missed you guys too. This is just as dumb as bombing a building for days and then rolling up with 30 guys in a tank just to clear a single building. I mean, in fact, yes. It's about as dumb and about as evil. Just going after children as well. Tackled for walking while brown? Oh yeah, that is definitely a crime now. And it doesn't matter if they're an adult or they're a child, because they will go after children. All the time. Where is one of these examples? Well, actually, here's a lawyer at one of the protests in, I believe this is Chicago.
Do not understand what state law you are invoking. Please be clear in your instructions. These peaceful protesters are exercising their First Amendment right. They do not understand your order.
You could be a little less lib about it.
You, state troopers, are an unlawful assembly right now because you're impinging on our First Amendment right to free expression. We do not understand your instructions.
Your First Amendment right. My dude, they took that away. Trump said so. Here's the clip. We took away the free speech. Where are you? Where are you? Here it is. We took away the free speech. We took the freedom of speech away, rather.
1-year penalty for inciting riots. We took the freedom of speech away because that's been through the courts, and the courts said you have freedom of speech. But what has happened is when they burn a flag, it agitates and irritates crowds. They've never seen anything like it on both sides. And
agitation and irritation are the point. That's literally the point of a protest. If they take away one bit of the freedom of speech, the one to burn a flag where right-wingers fought for that right, where the Supreme Court specifically said you have that right, what other freedom of speech have they taken away? Well, all of it. The freedom to speak, yeah, that's gone online. By the way, ICE now knows where all of you are at all times. They have access to location data now. So you have no freedom. You have no privacy. Only freedom is to gawk speech. Yep, essentially. Kind of like all of the influencers who were at this Antifa roundtable.
we do not have weapons.
Like, this is a lawyer, obviously. Libbed up as hell. But I feel like these lawyers should maybe, I don't know, contact some of the people who have seen what these people are saying. Like, for example, you said, what was his name? Jack Posobiec. Earlier. Well, let's have a look at what Jack Posobiec is saying these days. Jack Posobiec.
Words. Jack, please say a few words.
Mr. President, thank you so much for having us here today and holding this this roundtable. Antifa is real. Antifa has been around in various iterations for almost 100 years in some instances, going back to the Weimar Republic in Germany. And it's now been just under 1 month since we saw a far leftist murder Charlie Kirk.
Again, zero evidence for such. They're just lying. In fact, we have no evidence for who murdered Charlie Kirk. I believe none of the evidence. They don't believe any of the evidence. MAGA doesn't believe any of the evidence. These people want us to believe that a dude folded an unfoldable gun and that a bullet that could go through a buffalo at twice the distance did not have an exit wound? No. Not to mention all of the other stuff, but, like, not worth paying attention to. It's all just bullshit. It's the important part there is the Antifa's been a problem going back to the Weimar Republic. Motherfucker, you are a Nazi. You are a Nazi. I vote Orbital Space Laser. I vote for that too. Antifa been around and will stay around. Stay angry, MAGA loser. Again, like, the government will not announce that they are a fascist dictatorship. They will just announce that being anti-fascist is now terrorism. That's it. Being against this is terrorism. The Southern Poverty Law Center identifies Jack Posobiec as an extremist. Well, that's because they're Antifa, Ethan. Obvious.
Are you okay?
Get off the car.
Are you okay?
Are
you okay? Are you okay?
Saying that people should not be treated like this is extremism. What happened to MAGA flexing how they got more empathy than us? When have they ever done that? They've been saying empathy's a sin for like the last 8 months. I'm more concerned that I haven't seen a single MAGA whining about the gun owners registry. Or, you know, the waste, fraud, and abuse. Again, examples of waste, fraud, and abuse and the obscene levels of redundancy. Like, we saw 8 agents with 4 cars going to arrest one 15-year-old girl. This is what's happening on the streets of Chicago. First of all, this is literal terrorism, but, you know, is what it is. You see 2 dudes just standing like on a corner near a bin, probably drinking coffee on their phones, and then you see 2 cars come out with just the Gestapo chasing these people with their nice little camera crew following around to make their propo videos. Of course. Mind you that you're paying for this. You're paying for all of this. GunTube is upset about it and actively planning something. Well, that's good. It's the new age. We just call them Gestapo. Well, I mean, yeah, they are the Gestapo. I will remind people that ICE is kidnapping people over a victimless civil infraction or over nothing. Yeah, well, like, first off, being in the country illegally is not a criminal violation. It is a civil violation. But beyond that, you don't need to commit a crime. Like, you could just be outside. Again, walking while brown, or walking while, who the fuck even knows at this point? Falling over each other like a clown show, it's so surreal. Oh, absolutely. Just the Gestaps. They got camera crews just like the brown shirts? Yes, they do. Yes, they do. And beyond that, I mean, again, like, they're violent criminals. These are violent terrorists. First off, like, just pushing the guy that's on their knees for no reason other than because you enjoy violence. But beyond that, like, I'd like to remind you that, like Buncor was saying earlier, they've been out in full body armor in for weeks, and these motherfuckers tried to tear their helmet off. They want to kill people. Walking while organizing, get abducted from another country. Not to mention the fact that even Canada isn't safe, apparently. Walking while political. Shouldn't have to carry around my SS card and birth certificate everywhere. I don't even think that saves you, simply, Steve, because if they want to arrest you, they'll just say, this looks fake to me, and then put it in their pocket. Intend to distribute unapproved genetics. Oh yeah, we're not that far behind. They really should be more identifiable. I can't believe there hasn't been any, like... Oh no, there has. There has, Comrade Lily. They're just usually done by the right. Because the right also doesn't like these people. Now, in some cases, it's done by, like, the center. The thing is, like, the actual left isn't gonna be going out and doing, like, firebombings and shootouts. As much as they love to blame us for them. And I don't support those, by the way. I actually don't, because it is exactly what they want to see. They're out here acting like this because they want someone from the left to go and shoot at them or to firebomb them so that they could declare the Insurrection Act. Wow, everyone's a mod? Yep, Zeoduk, I just, like, try and make face chatters, mods, community policing and all that. Is it chap raid? Indeed, indeed, indeed. Speaking of, I should mod you as well. Adventurism isn't that effective. No, it is not. It's not. But unfortunately, that's kind of all we're really getting from a lot of people. What did I say? Just like you just came in the chat, I just try and make everyone a mod. 1 second. I just found a few that aren't. So now I have to set them. Based, didn't know they could do things so cool. Maybe they aren't as bad as I thought. Well, again, when it affects them personally, then they start to see the reality of it. The issue being, it has to affect them personally, and once it stops, they tune out again.
Oh yeah, shove it down. Fuck you, man. Quit shoving. You're punching.
Oh, by the way, like, that's what happens. When they push you, when they gut you down on the ground, they then drag you away and put you into a van and then disappear you. That's the end goal here. Which is why you should always be in a group. Do not go by yourself, because this is a whole group of people that are being assaulted, and the one furthest back from the protesters, the one closest to their line, gets dragged away, and then you will never see them again. Every one of these equals 2 failed parents, and that's a lot? Oh, absolutely. Not to mention, like, a failed society, failed education system, a failed church. To be fair, a lot of these people are, like, outright Ku Klux Klan, Nazis, Proud Boys, Oath Keepers, all of that. They did this the last time as well. In fact, I showed you guys earlier in the week, or last week, in Chicago, right-wingers dressed up in black bloc looking to create a situation that they can then blame on Antifa. Normal conservative thought, their empathy extends to their family and friends. It doesn't extend to people that they don't personally know. Also, conservatives can't read data. Absolutely. What the hell? That looks sketch as hell? What do you mean it looks sketch as hell? It looks like Gestapo shit. It is what it is.
Locking people in cages?
They do this at every single protest. If you are too close to their line, or you don't have support around you, and they hit you to the point where you fall to the ground, you get disappeared.
What happened during this presidency?
Now, again, don't try and reason with these people. In fact, it's been proven. There are studies. In fact, there's a new one. Study on appealing to right-wingers with morality. A recent study that just came out. The moral foundations of populist communication, a semantic network analysis of political parties, social media discourse, and a multi-party system. Functionally, I believe it's this study. There's been a few that are similar to this that show that you can't reason with them. You can't change their minds by appealing to their morality. People need to stop wearing black bloc clothing. Imagine if all those people wore inflatable suits instead. Remember that frog guy got his air hole blasted with pepper spray and could have died from that, by the way. We need the Nuremberg trial, but on every foot soldier. Remember, like, we need far more than the Nuremberg trial. Every ICE agent and every Nazi militant should be tried. We tried, what, like 30-something people during Nuremberg? That was it? Convicted like 11 of them? Black Bloc does scare the boomers, to BH. Not all of them. And to be fair, like, it doesn't matter. Like, it doesn't matter. As long as they're out there in some gear to be safe, I don't care. Got to carry an emergency MAGA hat in the pocket. Honestly, not a bad idea. They are like $50 though, which is really fucking annoying. The whole Republican Party made this happen, 100%. And, like, mind you, there were people who voted for this that have flipped back, like, and are now vehemently against this, that show up at protests every day, even. Like, the people who got tricked and who voted for this and have a soul have already, like, apologized, come out against this, and came out in support of the resistance. Like, that's happened already. Anyone who is still left in MAGA, anyone who still supports this, is like a demon. There is no difference between them. Zero. None. Frog Guy said that he didn't even know his valve had been pepper sprayed for like 15 minutes. He got lucky, though. Yeah. Just a red hat. Maybe they won't see the front. That's also true. I mean, I've seen a Nintendo hat that I confused as a MAGA hat, so... And remember that this is just American ISIS. Like, that's the entire movement. These are ICE agents doing this shit.
Hit and run! Hit and run!
They might as well be the Taliban.
Hit and run! Hit and run! Hit and run! That's a hit and run! Hit and run! Hit and run! Look, hey, watch out with that weapon! That weapon! Yo, watch out! What's wrong with you? You hit it! You hit her! Yo! What's wrong? You hit her! You hit her! You got...
Yep. They will ram their car into your car, and then they will arrest you for ramming your car into their car. Because they can. That's it. Like, just because they can. Reconstruction didn't go far enough. We ought to never let them forget this. Oh, absolutely. Like, if by some miracle the left takes power, like, these people need to be arrested. Right? Like, we gotta do a lot. Now, I don't know how that happens, but they hit her while she was driving down the road. Yes, absolutely. Vehicular assault. They hit her, and then now they're arresting her for hitting them.
You guys hit her! You guys hit her!
For
What's wrong
reckless
with
driving
y'all?
or some shit.
Y'all bust a whole U-turn in the middle of the street! Y'all hit her!
Remember, like, back in the day, the police had to, like, try and slip, like, a dime bag into your car and then be like, it smells like marijuana. I find, this smell to be sufficient for, me to have probable cause to search your vehicle. Oh, you have marijuana on you, I'm arresting you. They don't even have to lie anymore. They can just, on camera, drive their car into your car and then arrest you for reckless driving. The pendulum is going to swing hard left if given the chance. Oh yeah, it is. The issue being, as I've often warned about, when things like this happen, this is the same premise as a revolution. There is a lot of resentment being built up currently. Like, a lot of resentment. And that resentment, if that pendulum shift occurs, will be initially directed at the Nazis, the Gestapo, the brown shirts. The issue is, oftentimes in situations like these, once those legitimate, I gotta be careful with how I word this here, but the once those legitimate sources of resentment are then used up, the people who still have quite a bit then look for anyone else. They look for, you know, maybe infiltrators in the movement, or maybe like, oh, you used to be MAGA, you voted for this is your fault, even though that person may have, you know, flipped back onto our side and fought like tooth and nail to regain democracy. And that's the kind of thing that I'm worried about in that outcome. Because there's only so much people can take, you know, of this kind of stuff. Well, if Zora of history shows us anything, World War I caused a revolution in Russia in 1917. I just hope if anything happens that we have an October Revolution. Yes, but like, the thing is, the revolution in Russia was not good. Like, Lenin may have had some good ideas, but the Soviet Union was not built on them. It was a bad thing. Now, like, was it better than Tsarist Russia? I don't know. I don't care. The issue being, I want to build something good out of this, not something bad, and that resentment needs to be addressed for that. But base this time, of course. You would hope so. Let's take a look at Portland a bit more closely. I want to see these inflatables. Like, again, war zone, sure, but it's all them. And here's them dragging somebody off again. That's that same clip, I think. What's up, Miss Evelyn Rose? Again, stop shouting shame. They feel no shame. They don't feel any shame. What you should be shouting is things that are funny, things that hurt their feelings. Shout about how, you know, you're gonna go rail their wife or something. Better to call them woke. Yeah, literally. Better to call them demons. Better to call them anything that hurts their feelings. Call them terrorists. Call them Antifa. Who cares? Hurt their feelings. Call them losers. Call them cucks. Call them, I mean, like, there's any number of things. Pretty positive that some of them are methed out. Oh, yeah, 100%. Rich P1K. Like, 150,000% some of these people are methed out of their minds. Frog should be the mascot of the glorious proletariat revolution. No. No. It's the One Piece flag. Which is currently right there. The first instance of the straw hat flag that I have seen at an American protest. So whoever's carrying that is watching the real news. Good for them. Call them Russian PMCs, see how they react, just a feeling. Yeah, call them Wagner. I mean, to be fair, they probably support those Russian PMCs, and also are probably too dumb to, like, actually know what those are. Let's go. It's coming over here. It do be spreading. It do be spreading. I want to see more of these popping up. Remember, like, this is already a banned symbol in Indonesia. Oh, we can have both. We can have the Portland frog and this. Hell, someone should make a straw hat flag with the frog as the head wearing the flag instead of a skeleton. Gen Z is pissed. Yes, like they are, and rightfully so. As we saw all across the world earlier in the stream, these protests continue to spread. And the rhetoric against them is fundamentally one-to-one the same as it is here. Now, they're not calling it terrorism over there. They're calling it a coup. They're calling it an uprising. Sorry, just like regular protests instead of an uprising. This is what that is. Frog wearing a straw hat? Yeah, I like that idea. That would be great. A pirate frog. What's up, D-Mac Marie? Operation Inflation? Let's go. Let's go.
No ice. No ice.
I've also, like, I don't know how much of this is true, mostly because I'm not on the ground, but I've heard reports of some of these ICE agents having interesting accents, so to say. Operation Inflation, full effect, goddamn right.
Yes, we're in costumes to show just how ridiculous that is. It's not a war zone. The only time it's a war zone is when they come down and abuse us protesters out here fighting for our community. As you just witnessed, they come down, they shoot pepper balls, they grab people.
Shout out to Kidnapped Kin. Go and drop them a follow. Queen Matriarch, I'm glad. Good for you. Please be safe. Guys, if you are going to a protest, please make sure that you are doing so safely. If you join my Discord, there is in the resources for safety section some tips for a protest. There is tips for building a first aid kit for a protest. You're fucking gonna need it at this point. And don't forget to put your phones, your credit cards, your smartwatch, your car keys, what have you, in a Faraday bag. Ideally, don't bring your phone. Bring a burner phone if you have one. If you don't have one, make sure that you turn it off, put it in a Faraday bag, and do not open that bag at any point throughout the entirety of the protest. Ideally, have your phone in a Faraday bag inside another Faraday bag, but, you know, as much as you can do. Wear a N95 COVID mask if you have no gas mask. If you have a gas mask, you should wear that gas mask. They are using both CS and CN gas in vast quantities. Wear long sleeves and some padding. I don't care if it's hot. You're gonna be quite glad that you did when you start getting pelted with pepper balls and rubber bullets. I can't believe this is gonna be taught in history class in like 80 years. Again, I hope so. If they win, it probably won't be taught in history class in 80 years.
Let ICE do their job. Wait.
Also, Latino Mufune, I do support calling them ice cucks. Hey, there we go. There's the straw hat flag. Imagine the MAGA documentaries on Netflix. I would really rather not. Is not affiliated with her official in any way. Do your part. That's true. That is true. Are you a comrade? Like, you could be supporting independent media because there's not very many of us left. And they are attacking all of us. I mean, all of us. Like, you're seeing the threats to people like Hassan. You're seeing the threats to, I mean, like, the global internet apparatus already. Anyone who is remotely on the left is at severe risk now of censorship. Mind you, that all of these social media companies are owned by the United States or US companies and are now intertwined with Israeli tech firms, Israeli military firms that are part of the surveillance apparatus, are using AI to look for things that they don't want publicly available, for one. And this is only the beginning.
It's just a Saturday night in Portland, am I right? I'm here tonight because this is literally actually bananas. Like, that we have these guys in full military.
Proud Boy rallies really fell off when they got squishy government jobs. Well, also, like, a lot of those just became a Patriot Front as well. The left will always win, named one Nazi country from the 30s that's still around. You know, in the 30s, Comrade Lily, we had the Allies come together to fight the Nazis. Who do we have doing that now? Again, like, we're already on track to be far worse than, like, Nazi Germany ever could have been. First off, far more consolidated. Secondly, far more technologically advanced. Third, far more money. And far less pushback globally. Like, almost none, really. So, I do still have quite a bit of a worry on that front. Like, I'd like to see more of it.
Uniforms, costumes, basically coming out because the president
at this point, I would feel safer in Kabul right now than in like New York City where I grew up.
Buildings.
Don't even joke about that, Comrade Lily. They are watching all of this as well, and they will find any excuse to A, shut us all down, and B, come and get you and put you in a gulag somewhere.
And I think it's absolute nonsense. It's just, we're in the silliest timeline. So I thought, like, why not be silly with it, you know? And I mean, we're here for fun. We're here representing peace. We're here representing love.
Yeah, look, that's all great and all, but maybe get a little bit more serious as well. I guess we'll never know which coalition for countries will actually start fighting until shit gets way down the line. The Americans gave no fucks about the Nazis doing Nazi stuff until someone actually attacked them. Well, yeah, actually, we didn't go to war with Nazi Germany until Nazi Germany declared war on us. In fact, most Americans were pro-Nazi Germany. Yeah, no, honestly, Portland looks more like a zoo than a war zone. This is true. It sure doesn't look like a crime-ridden slum. No, absolutely not. Hey, FBI, CIA, ICE agent, how's the divorce going, buddy? There's a reason they want to get rid of no-fault divorce. There really, really, really is. Sam Cedar has come around on the inflatable costumes. I still think it looks like a zoo, but I'm not necessarily against it. Like, it makes them look really fucking dumb. And it does help with the messaging of they're lying. Now, here's a bit of good news and bad news. The first bit of, the good news is Americans are learning from protests overseas, particularly in this case, I would say Georgia. The bad news is the regime is already on it with the message.
News Nation correspondent Jorge Ventura joining us live in Portland. Jorge, it seems it's gotten darker, night falling out there. How have things evolved? What are you seeing?
The Queen Matriarch, Oregon about to deploy the National Guard to protect protesters. I think Trump might invoke the Insurrection Act. Sounds like a civil war. We'll see if that actually happens. I'm not sure that they will. But, yes, no, we're already in the civil war. Trump literally said that, use these cities as a fucking firing squad. I am an ICE agent. Do you have any questions? Yeah, Groiper was here. How do you sleep at night? And also, what do you do about the fact that, your wife is getting railed by every single person on your block when you're at work? And then thirdly, how do you respond to the claims that you are American ISIS? That you are exactly one-to-one the same as ISIS and that you hate America more than ISIS does? I need money for my family. The 50K bonus got me. That's fair. What about the rest of it? I have no issue with that. In fact, I can see a useful way that you could join ICE and not be an evil person. You know, you could get that 50K. You can get your bag. It's your money, in fact. So, you deserve that. It is your money. But there's other things you could do. You know, you could become an ICE agent, get your bag, and not do your job. You could... I don't know, leak? The last guy I deported beat his wife? Okay. How many Americans beat their wives as well? Most Republicans? What does that have to do with anything? And also, did you really deport him? Did he have a court hearing? Really? Because it feels like you just kind of disappeared him. Deportation is a legal process. You know, when you go to a court and a jury of your peers and you are found to be guilty of a crime. By the way, a federal crime, not a civil crime, like not having legal documentation. Or how about the label traitor? Yeah, or treasonous. That seems like an expressive one as well. How many trans women have you hit on in the past year? Come on, we're not getting that answer. Chat, this ICE agent is an illegal immigrant? You know what? I would say yes. Drag your feet on the job and don't be a class traitor. Don't be a traitor to your country. That's transphobic. What, saying you would go and attack trans people? You are an ICE agent. That is the thing ICE agents do. Hundreds, yeah, literally. It's not fair to say that they're all divorce losers. Many of them are losers and cucked and never got married. That's also true. Lying on federal forms to get an ICE job is a crime, sir. That is true. The issue being, there are a lot of crimes that are legal as well. So, Groiper in the name, bud. We know what the fuck you want and what you do. Yeah, we know that you love trans porn. All of you Groipers. Are you gonna answer, like, the questions that I actually asked? You know, like, ignore chat for a second, Groiper was here. I'm curious, how do you feel about the label as American ISIS and being told that you hate America more than any other group in this country? Alternatively, you know, you could talk about what you're doing in your, you know, role at work that isn't attacking, you know, US citizens and protesters and journalists and lawyers and, you know, 15-year-old children that you're getting dragged on the street. You love America? Do you I don't know, like what's going on? Or do you, first off, you know what? Like, let me ask you this first off. Do you support ICE? Because you could be an ICE and not support ICE. Actually, that's my mistake. I should not have jumped onto it all that quickly. ISIS is Israeli-backed. That is actually true. So, you know. And also, like, American-backed at some point, and also Turkey-backed at some point, and, like, it's bigger than that. But yes, no. You were a part of American ISIS, you dumb shit. Well, again, like, some of these people did join ICE when they were offering that money not to go and be ICE agents, but to make ICE's job harder. Like, could be doing that. I want to know, like, you know, like, do you have a soul? How do you feel about ICE? Yes, I support our work. Okay, good to know. Well, in that case, then, you are not welcome here. Goodbye. Like, do you see the level of cognitive dissonance? And even, like, that was probably the nicest ICE agent that could ever live. And that, not Groiper in the name, obviously, I know the answer to these questions. The issue is, most people don't know what a Groiper is. Nor do they care. Beyond that, like, it is that cognitive dissonance that needs to be demonstrated. Like, I love America as they're tearing America apart. They're dumb thugs. Oh, well, absolutely. They're uneducated losers. They're cucks. They're demons and terrorists. All of them. You don't join ICE and support it without being that.
With Natasha, right now we still have around 150 people out, still gathered outside of the ICE facility. You can see here the crowd.
Now, that wasn't
right in front
interesting
of those
in AMA.
white gates.
No, it wasn't
there
one,
are
because
a coalition of federal agents.
they don't
right
answer the
behind.
questions. Well, hear me out. How about that one gets completely fucked? I refuse to acknowledge him being a nice little freak. Well, like, he's still a little freak in a basement-dwelling turbocuck, Buncore. It was just shocking that I didn't instantly get, like, illegal immigrant, Antifa, extremist terrorists, and, like, also them start calling me, like, I don't know, whatever slur of the day they feel like it. They usually have 1, 2, or 3 that they throw. Every single ICE agent is a zombie. Well, actually, I would say that they're generally ghouls, depraved ambiance. The zombies are, like, the broad supporting base of MAGA. The ghouls are the enforcers. That's because he was a sea lion? I don't know what you mean by sea lion, but you know what? Sure, yeah. That's a soy Nazi. That is true.
Those gates, you can hear cars honking in support. We did have some rain, so it did clear out some protesters here, but we still have a decent size. What it is interesting, Natasha, that I do want to provide an update on is every night that I've been here covering the protests, around 6 o'clock local time is when we start to hear the federal helicopter up in the air patrolling.
No, simply Steve, these are the necromancers. The liches are the ones that make the zombies and the ghouls, and that's the media. It was a particular type of troll doing sea lining. I've never even heard of that term. But yeah, no, well, obviously that they're a troll.
Facility. What is interesting is we have not seen that federal helicopter tonight, and the reason that could be a reason for it is earlier we did confirm, and this is also through the Department of Homeland Security, they posted an Antifa flyer that was calling for far left-wing activists here in Portland to point their lasers at the direction of those federal helicopters, attempting to blind the view of those pilots. We saw also Portland police also issue out a
So, those laser pointers being what's being talked about here. Yeah, don't point laser pointers at aircraft, even if they're ICE aircraft. If one of those... do you know how many people would die from a helicopter crash in a crowded city? Like, don't do that. Now, to these guys, you also shouldn't do that because it's illegal.
Warning, warning.
An Antifa flyer, yeah, absolutely. That's incredibly funny. Oh, no Blackhawks tonight? I'm sure they're around.
The local authorities as well. And what's interesting is we haven't seen any of those federal helicopters at all. And that was scheduled, those lasers to be pointed at those helicopters around 9 o'clock local time. So we haven't seen any of those helicopters being flown by authorities, which is pretty interesting. What I did also notice earlier today, while we've been reporting all day, is we saw at least 15.
I'm telling you to not use a laser pointer to take out a military helicopter, and that would be bad, because that could crash into a building. Now, I have said in the past that laser pointers are incredibly useful at a protest, as we saw in Georgia. And I stand by that fact. I'm not going to give you instructions on how to use one. Use your brain. You know, like, be mindful. Like, people can get hurt with those. You're not trying to hurt people. You're trying to protect people. You're trying to protect yourself while you're being assaulted. Do not do anything that is illegal. Do not commit a crime. And do not use laser pointers on, like, aircraft. That is a felony, mind you. Like, that's an actual felony. You know, back when the law was real and all that. That's my name, Bozo. People are going to do it anyways? Oh, absolutely. But, like, important to say the thing. I don't give two shits about Hassan's dog. Do not ask me about that again. We have far more important things to talk about than Hassan's dog. Weasel Wagon Wilbur, welcome back. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Good to be back.
Vehicles carrying federal agents entering the building. So it's clear that right now the authorities are beefing up those security forces at this ICE facility. And like I said, right now on the top of the roof, you still see agents. We're seeing a coalition of agents. So you'll see agents in the Border Patrol uniform. You'll also see the Federal Protected Services. We saw the agents with...
Funcore, just time them out next time for like 10 minutes. And if they keep doing that, then you can ban them.
PRO, the Removal Operation Services.
Or rather, anyone else in chat, because you're all mods anyway, so any one of you can do that. Just, like, first warning, time someone out for 10 minutes, then you can ban them. Alright, I understand that for safety reasons, of course. I just thought, like, that would be a major security liability for all military ops in general. Oh, it is! Like, it actually is. A liability for, like, any aircraft in general, really. My thoughts on Hassan's dog. Some people sure do love drama slap. That's true. Is Hassan eating too many onions? These are the real issues? Fuck that, there's no such thing as eating too many onions. Onions are delicious. Well, there is too many onions, and that's when your tummy starts to hurt.
Agents, they also have a sniper team on top of the roof. We only so far today have seen 3 arrests. There were 3 female protesters that were arrested after agents attempted to clear out that driveway, and they were taken inside of the facility. We'll try to find out more information if those protesters are facing those charges. But this is the scenes right now.
We don't even know where, like, you end up once you end up in that facility. Like, sure, they might release you, and they might not. Part of this is that unknown factor. Like, sometimes they just do arrest somebody for no reason and then release them in the same day. And sometimes you get sent to El Salvador. So, no in between, and there's not really much of a way to know ahead of time. But, Police Chief Aaron Schmautz in Portland has said, quote, "There seems to be a lot more people who are trying to go out there and become relevant or famous than ever." And that's referring to the right-wingers who are going out there trying to record these protests and catch a clip, like people like Nick Sorter, of, you know, they want to A, incite violence, but B, they want to catch like a clip or something from the protest that they can be like, look at these Antifa terrorists, and they can get a bunch of, you know, clicks and engagement on Twitter. Sniper team, just in case Winnie the Pooh and Barney get too poofy and jumpy. Oh, well, you know, like also, just in case all the cameras go home so they can shoot people in the face. Or Asmongold, you know, generally, who does support them shooting people in the face. It's kind of crazy that the Lone Frog dude inspired so many people to dress up. Like, it's not actually that crazy, because it's not the first time that we've seen that. It's not even the first time this year. Again, like, that happened in Turkey with a Pikachu costume, and then within, like, hours, there was suddenly Spider-Man and Batman joining, like, the protest, and then a bunch of other people in costumes. I vote 30 minutes. Yeah, sure, go for it, Bun. Whatever you want. Vizora's refusing to cover Onion Gate because she's in the back pocket of Big Onion. That is true. That is true. And you'll never prove it. It's all AI. The inflatable suits are genius. Well, they're useful at the very least in that they might be able to, like, protect you more than just, like, thick clothing would, as some of the munitions, like the pepper balls, might bounce off. It's actually a good tactic. You say the dancing crowd of Pokemon are being violent. Exactly, yeah. It makes them look stupid. It also protects you from some of the munitions that are going to get fired on you. Meanwhile, by the way, look after everything we just looked at, the audacity that they posted this on Friday. The peace president. Sure. I could see Viz taking money from Big Onion, and I wouldn't be upset by it. Based. By the way, no sponsorships and no ads. So your support is the only way. You are Big Onion, all of you. The only other onion that I know of is The Onion, and they're sure as hell not going to give me any money. I'm too depressing. You know that homeless dude who unfortunately very gross and rambling a bunch of angry shit on the street corner? That guy who clearly needs help, but until then has been left ignored? That's Asmongold. Yeah, and with one minor distinction, that homeless dude deserves to get help. Asmongold should be left alone. That's really the one difference. Now, today, J.D. Vance went on NBC and spoke about invoking the Insurrection Act. Actually, his exact words being, the problem here is not the Insurrection Act or whether to actually invoke it or not. Speaking on the subject, like they're building up towards it. Mind you, also, Miller had a little bit of a slip-up. His slip of the tongue revealed who's really in charge. I mean, to be fair, we all already knew this. The quote being, quote, Illinois governor says we're provoking actions that are unlawful. Miller said on CNN, quote, if I put federal law enforcement and National Guard into a nice sleepy southern town, is anyone going to riot? Now, the deputy chief of staff to the White House does not have the right to actually put federal law enforcement and National Guard troops anywhere. You do not have plenary authority. Yeah, exactly. I have plenary authority. Oops. This is functionally him saying that. I'm Big Onion because I got, like, all these layers. That's true. He can't, help himself. Well, again, it's not like it matters because they cover for him. For example, when he said the old, plenary authority thing on CNN the first time, did you know that CNN edited the clip? Let's take a look at the two kinds, because it's pretty fucking clear. The background even changes. Someone needs to come up with a costume of Trump as the Orange Pied Piper. Again, like, I just call him the fermented orange, and I find that good enough for me. Or sorry, the fermented pumpkin, rather.
Legal insurrection. Does the administration still plan to abide by that ruling?
Well, the administration filed an appeal this morning with the Ninth Circuit. I would note the administration won an identical case in the Ninth Circuit just a few months ago with respect to the federalizing of the California National Guard. Under Title 10 of the U.S. Code, the president has plenary authority,
meaning, you know, ability to do whatever the hell he wants, like God-level power. And then he froze up like that because he wasn't supposed to say that. That's for next week. But
White House Deputy Chief of Staff for Policy,
CNN
Stephen
covering
Miller.
for
My
him.
question was whether the administration still plans to abide by that judge's order restricting any National Guard troops from being sent to Oregon.
well, the administration will abide by the ruling insofar as it affects the covered parties. But there are also many other options the president has to deploy federal resources and assets under the U.S. military to Portland. But I was making the point that under federal law, Section Title 10 of the U.S. Code, the president has the authority anytime he believes federal resources are insufficient to
like they're just covering for, like, again, it's now dark in the background and you're pretending like this is the same conversation. He sounds like a child. He's such an unfuckable loser. I wouldn't even talk to him if he was the last person on Earth. Again, like, I think it'd be really funny and I support this, by the way, of when you are dealing with people like this on a one-to-one, call them the thing they hate. About I'm Turkish. I grew up in New Jersey after 9/11, and in first grade they called me Turkish terrorist. I would literally call Stephen Miller a radical Islamist terrorist because it would make him mad. He would find the need to argue, be like, "What are you talking about?" Like, no, just call him a radical Islamist terrorist, and make the point of Islamists. I don't care. Like, I want a black man to go and call him the N-word with a hard R, and to Stephen Miller specifically, to call him that. I want the blackest man in the country to do that. I want Barack Obama to call Stephen Miller the N-word with the hard R. Why not? At this point, because that will hurt his feelings more than anything fucking else. The man is racist to no end. No end. I just say, fuck you, Nazi, and keep walking. That too. Call Trump a radical leftist. I call him a radical liberal. We're in the Matrix? Not yet. We're headed to the Matrix. Call him O&A. And call them O9A, really. And, mind you, like, you don't have much time left to call them shit. Because they're going to declare the Insurrection Act. They're going to declare martial law. We are in the Civil War, y'all. Again, a southern state is currently using their National Guard, their military troops, to invade a northern state, Texas, in Illinois.
Portland is burning to the ground. You have agitators, insurrectionists.
A lot of these insurrectionists are paid by, whether it's Soros or other people. But I think that's all insurrection. I really think that's really criminal insurrections.
Every night, there has to be street battle against armed insurrectionists, insurrection against the federal government. That is a form of a legal insurrection, legal insurrection. Insurrection, this is an all-out campaign of insurrection.
But, January 6th? No, that wasn't an insurrection. Wait, actually, it might be. It might have been. Because now they're saying that Jan 6 was Antifa. So, now it isn't. Now it is an insurrection again. The Biden FBI placed 274 agents into the crowd on January 6th. If this is so, which it is, a lot of good people will be owing a big apology. Like, again. Not calling MAGA by their preferred pronouns always a hoot. That's also true. Yeah, like, just misgender them. And then when they get mad about it, say, wait, you believe in pronouns? Rhetorical shifting, huh? Where have I seen this before? Yep. Now, this was today. Trump posted this. I haven't actually gotten to see it because this was just before I started stream. Throughout most of our history, America's colleges and universities have been a great strategic asset to the United States. Tragically, however, much of higher education has lost its way and is now corrupting our youth and society with woke, socialist, anti-American ideology that serves as a justification for discriminatory practices by universities that are unconstitutional and unlawful. My administration is fixing this, and fast, with our great reform agenda in higher education. Our nation's great institutions will blah, 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 blah. I can't. So those universities that continue to illegally discriminate based on race or sex, we will continue our efforts to swiftly and forcefully enforce federal law. Obviously, like, the end goal here is that brown people, women, and immigrants can't have an education, and also the education system itself is just worse. Like, they're not teaching you. They don't want you to be smarter. They want you to be dumber. But for those institutions that want to quickly return to the pursuit of truth and achievement, they are invited to enter into a forward-looking agreement with the federal government. They will agree to follow federal law and protect civil rights of all students, faculty, and employees on campus. DEI, illegal discrimination in hiring, as in more DEI for the right. These institutions will commit to high-quality standards and intellectually open campus environment, including the protection of free speech and data. What your high-quality standards on what? Like science? You know, does it have to match what RFK believes? institutional neutrality, major steps towards affordability for students. Like, it's just the opposite of everything that's said here. Honestly, like, a good way to really analyze what the fuck they mean by anything is just to look at, like, all of the good things that they claim, just flip them. The opposite of that is the thing that they're actually claiming. In more cases than not, honestly. Soy fascism, truly? Yeah, absolutely. But, by the way, you know, 4th of the 7th of 1933, Hitler decreed the law for the restoration of the professional civil service. Hitler said, quote, un-German thinking is to be removed from education. Trump and Miller, woke socialist anti-American ideology is corrupting our youth. Hitler, to reestablish a national civil service cleansed of untrustworthy elements. Trump, fixing this and fast with our great reform agenda in higher education. Hitler, non-Aryans are to be retired. Universities that illegally discriminate based on race or sex will be punished. Like, again, it's the same thing. Civil servants must affirm themselves in the National Socialist state. Institutions are invited to enter into a forward-looking agreement with the federal government. The last month of just this stuff has been direct one-to-one Hitler shit. Like, from the, what was it, 11 or 12 memos that Hex had signed after his big press conference with the generals, all of those were one-to-one Hitler shit. And beyond that, there's this. Biden sent his FBI from the future of January 20th into the past of January 6th. Absolutely, yes. But mind you, by the way, that a lot of the systems that are being used to quell dissent and protest right now are from the Biden era. Biden did kind of put a start to all of this, in that, like, normalized the use even by Democrats and added some laws in there that increase their ability. I hear time travel shrinks your nuts. Scaring off foreigners is going to slow down our science and tech development? God, I hope so. I was there. I saw what you did. I saw it with my own eyes. You can wipe off that grin. It's all been a pack of lies. Again, like, these are Republicans. All they kind of have is lies. And again, like, the idea of talking about the standards, the quality assurance standards of the education system is insane. When we're talking about, like, they want the education system to match up with the regime. This is what we're talking, like, this is the level of science in the regime right now.
You see that Robert F. Kennedy guy? He's crazy.
Hey, welcome to your first foreskin checkpoint. I'm gonna need you to pull your pants down so I can examine your foreskin. You don't have any foreskin. Did you give it to somebody else? All right, next. Come on through. Let me see your foreskin. Jesus Christ. That looks like a hefty bag is hanging from your snout.
You say what the fuck, but just a couple days ago, RFK Jr. said that having circumcised, like a child being circumcised means that they're 50% more likely to be autistic. So, you know, why the fuck? Snout? Yeah, nope, the second time was worse. It's a pretty bad one, yeah. Our schools will be useless if they have their way. I mean, as if they kind of already aren't.
Jesus Christ. That's a big foreskin. Right, next. Show me your foreskin. Oh my God, it's a micro. Hey, Ted Cruz, come here. This guy's got a micro.
All of this is terrifying.
Check it. Can I touch it? All right, thank you guys for joining. Those who didn't have enough foreskin, I need you to fill out this form, and we'll mail you some extra foreskin to attach at a later date.
Depraved ambiance, that's pretty much the entire regime. Oh yeah, that's not anti-Semitic, JFK, RFK. Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. But like, that form that they make you sign, what happens afterward? Well, this is part 2. This is what they do after you sign that form.
I'm from the foreskin forensics. I'm sorry I have to do this. I can't move. Where are my clothes? Where's your clothes? Where's your foreskin? This is just a staple gun. This is going to be the way that we're going to try to put your foreskin back on. Your foreskin is very important. I mean, you wouldn't go outside when it's raining without a raincoat, would you? An umbrella? What do you mean an umbrella? No. No umbrellas. What do you mean you don't think it's loaded? Oh, it's loaded now. If you think I came in here with an unloaded weapon, you better think again. I'm gonna staple your foreskin back onto your shaft now. All right, here we go. It bounced off my forehead.
Yeah, hold on. Let me find the clip of RFK actually saying this. From last week. Nightmare fuel? Oh, yes, it is. Yes, indeed, it is. Nightmare fuel. Well, you know, I don't have the video clip right now, but I do have this. RFK pushes fringe claim linking autism to circumcision. They truly are obsessed with genitals, especially children's. Yes. Yes, they are. It's not even really comedy. Like, this is actually what they're doing. I'm crying. Yeah. Like, it's funny. It would be funnier if it wasn't true. It would be funnier if it wasn't true. That's some kind of anti-Semitic statement. I mean, like, again, this is America. It's kind of, all they do now. Oh, Jesus fucking, Christ? Like, this is for real? Yes! You think I was joking? When I said no, like, they actually believe this? No, they do. They actually do. If trans people are groomers, then why are you guys obsessed with children's genitals? Well, that's because every accusation is a confession. Every single one of them. All of them. Now, I want to listen to two people talk. One of these being Dr. Jason Stanley, who is an expert on fascism who fled the United States, and I want to just touch on some of the stuff that he has to say in this interview. But beyond that, I want to talk about like the actual risks that there are and how close we are to a second civil war.
For more on this, I'm joined by the friend of the show, Jason Stanley. He's a professor of philosophy and the chair in American Studies at the Munk School of Global Affairs and Public Policy at the University of Toronto. He's also the author of the remarkable book, Erasing History, How Fascists Rewrite the Past to Control the Future. This is so central, Jason, to some of your work and some of your thinking, that storytelling is such a powerful tool utilized by authoritarians. It is often more effective than brute force.
That's right. I mean, first of all, I want to take a little issue with your comparison to the McCarthy era. 40 academics were dismissed over their posts about Charlie Kirk. I'm not aware of such a rapid mass firing of academics in the McCarthy era.
Wow.
So I think.
So yeah, we're already worse than the McCarthy era. We're already worse off currently.
I think to some extent this is much worse than the McCarthy era. We've had, countless people fired across countless industries. We had the Washington Post fire Karen Attiah, their only black opinion columnist remaining for utterly innocuous posts, claiming it was over Charlie Kirk. Basically, people are targeting anyone whose political opinions they don't like. Looks like, see, the Washington Post took these innocuous comments. Attiah is left-wing, so they targeted her, or, Attiah is a journalist, so she's neither left nor right, but she didn't fit in with her new mandate. So that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to take this as any excuse to target people whose political orientations, whose truth-telling really does not fit their narrative. And I think that they're throwing everything at this. This is more than McCarthy. It's what this is. It's an attempt to invoke the Insurrection Act, as you said. So what they're trying.
Wasn't she fired for quoting him? Yes, she was, for literally quoting him. So yeah. Wonder what the true grift reason is for all the autism theories? I've talked about it before, It's worse than what you think. The reason for all the autism theories, like the Tylenol and stuff, it's not about the Tylenol. It's because they are using autistic people as test subjects to be able to determine how like your brain reacts to certain messaging. Like they're trying to science where resistance comes from so they can work against it with their propaganda. They're using autistic people who have different like neural responses than neurotypical people to input, whether that input is physical input, whether it is media input, whether it is social input. Autistic people respond differently generally, and so it's about mapping the ways that a human brain would respond to things that would cause desires of resistance. This resembles the beginning of South America's dirty wars more than it does McCarthyism. Oh, absolutely. It's also like far closer to that of like Nazism and Stalin at this point than it is to like American McCarthyism. Yeah, it's direct torture and then execution kinds of shit in the end as well. Yeah. And they blame mothers for failing at pregnancy correctly, like fringe beliefs. Fringe benefit, rather. They're going to find a way to use them to build capital. Well, that's always like the end goal for them. It's just building capital is less of the point now, because the whole goal here is to crash the world economy so that they could own all of the capital. There's going to be like 10 people that are going to have enough money left to buy up all of the, not bankrupt, but flailing companies. I don't think it's that complicated or has that level of thought. No, it is actually that complicated and has that level of thought. It's part of the long-term strategic plan. It's part of Larry Ellison's plan. The pestilence that is mental illness, they want to do what the Nazis did. They want to do both, but they want to do this too. Trust me on this. They have thought that through. They have thought that deeply. The people in the government are not the ones making those decisions. They're the people who have been planning this for decades. It's always been on the books. It's also things that they do in Gaza, which is where all this stuff got tested before it got deployed on us.
To do, there's two historical antecedents to pay attention to here, and I'm not saying that we only need to draw from Europe, but they know these historical antecedents. The first is the Reichstag fire, when allegedly a communist burned down the German Reichstag, and Hitler used that. Hitler flooded the streets with Sturmabteilung, with his sort of official thugs, which is sort of equivalent to, analogous to what it looks like is happening with ICE. And then extreme voter intimidation happened, and then after the election, he passed the Enabling Act to take full power. So that seems to be a very clear antecedent here. And the other, of course, is Kristallnacht, when a German diplomat was assassinated in Paris by a Polish Jew, and they called for the targeting of Jewish shops and synagogues.
So let's talk about, there are two arguments here. One is setting up for the Insurrection Act from a legal perspective. And one of the reasons our reporting indicates that it hasn't been done yet, because Donald Trump toyed with this in his first administration after the George Floyd protests, is because his legal advisors told him it won't hold up. So they're still working on that. What's the benefit of casting dissents, whether it's journalists or...
That legal justification, all they really need for that is sufficient violence on the street that they could point at us and blame us for. Like, that's all they're really waiting for. That's SA officers, in case anyone wasn't aware of the abbreviation. Yeah, absolutely.
Or nonprofits as sort of terrorists. What does that do? And going back to the Reichstag fire, what help is it to convince the public of this?
Well, I think they're actually moving. They're not successfully convincing the public. I think they're trying to convince the public, but I think they're going to do it anyway because they're treating the domestic political opposition, the Democrats, as what did Stephen Miller call them?
They want to make it illegal to be a Democrat. Like, not to say that I really even care at this point, but like, yeah. The reminder that the Holocaust was legal and the Underground Railroad was not.
domestic extremist organization, I think he said. So they're going to try to act on that anyway. That's what they're going to push on. It's not just as the Nazis called the social democrats, Marxists and communists, they're going to call the Democratic Party, Democratic politicians, radical left. In fact, there's not much radical left in the United States, of course, and they're trying to broaden that to it certainly include anyone who calls them a fascist. So they're really trying to say anyone who quite accurately calls them a fascist, because what is it to claim that anyone who calls you a fascist is a terrorist and needs to be arrested? That looks...
Now, beyond just like physical arrests of you, they are planning to do more than just that. Like, that is not where this ends. For example, I've spoken about the pretty high likelihood of, if they're going to use the argument that you are a terrorist, then they are also fairly likely to deploy economic warfare, economic sanctions on you. And, well, Ken Klippenstein was way ahead of me, as usual. Just a couple hours ago today, on the same day that Trump signed NSPM 7, he also signed this to the Federal Reserve, issued this notification to its banks about the imposition of special measures by the Treasury's Financial Crimes Enforcement Network. Now, first and foremost, these are going to be applied to nonprofits, to organizations that are useful for organizing, for political organizing, like Act Blue type things, Democrat orgs. But this doesn't end there. The Republican Party is even calling the center-right far left. Of course, everyone is. Miller is pro-torture. That is true, and I can prove it to you. In fact, I've shown the video a bunch of times of him at 17 being pro-torture in Iraq. So, this is September 25th, to the officer in charge of supervision at each Federal Reserve Bank, subject imposition of special measures by the U.S. Department of Treasury's Financial Crimes Enforcement Network. The purpose of this letter is to advise the Federal Reserve, supervised institutions of the special measures imposed by the U.S. Department of Treasury's Financial Crimes Enforcement Network under Section 311 of the USA Patriot Act, 31 U.S.C., blah, 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 and also Section 9714A of the Combating Russian Money Laundering Act. Interesting. And the National Defense Authorization Act for the fiscal year of 2022, Fend Off Fentanyl Acts. Like, they're using a whole bunch of different laws here to build this justification, because this is going to take a lot. When we're talking about, like, financial attacks, they actually do need to justify this quite a bit more, because it's not just the Federal Reserve. Like, there are banking institutions that need to be convinced. There's international banking that needs to be brought into this as well. ICE needs to be abolished and the Patriot Act needs to be repealed. Well, absolutely. Although, like, the Patriot Act is kind of not just the Patriot Act anymore. Like, those laws have been brought over to quite a bit more than just the Patriot Act in and of itself. Now, before we get to this video, which I'm very interested in watching, I do want to show you guys a couple more things on the subject. Now, first, here is a man being killed by ICE. Well, actually, I don't think this is actually going to show him dying, but no, like, ICE tased this man to death.
I don't have permission from the family to give you guys the name of the victim that's in this video, but he was dragged out of his car after they broke his window. This man was pleading for help, told them that he would not speak without an attorney present. Oh, and what's worse is he has heart problems. Do you know what a taser does to somebody's heart when they have been repeatedly shocked?
Like, on a normal person, just a regular, everyday person, you get tased, you're likely to piss yourself. What do you think that's gonna do to someone who has heart problems? Yeah, it's gonna kill them.
It's like a jar of fucking metal being shook at 1,000 times per second. okay? You could have easily killed this man. Oh, but wait, because after you did all this to him, he was not only paralyzed and in critical condition, but he actually died 2 days later from all the times that you beat him after putting him into your SUV. He died of injuries, pain, and suffered because his heart could not contain itself after 2 days. Congratulations. This happened on 31st and Cicero a couple days ago. They killed this man, and it's not on the news, so I'm going to share this with you guys now. Please share this with his loved ones, his family.
All right, couple more things to clean up before we get to Cappy's video. First, here is Ty Cobb, a former White House attorney who is actually a former Trump attorney.
What do you see here?
Well, I think this is a tragic day for America, not because Comey's perfect by any means, but what we have here is a clear vindictive prosecution, a clear selective prosecution. We have a president, for the first time in history, ordering his attorney general to indict his enemies, and the attorney general, instead of being the independent force that she's supposed to be, saying, yes, sir, how fast can I get that done for you? I think if she's concerned about justice for people who have misled the country, reflection on her confirmation proceedings is probably in order, because she talked about even-handed justice, and this is not that. I think that the case is subject to motions to dismiss for vindictive prosecution and selective prosecution. I think, likewise, it's a very weak case, at least based on what we publicly know, and we publicly know, and
like, this is one of Trump's people saying this. He promised he would do all of this. This is what 77 million people in the U.S. voted for. I mean, I agree. He did. He literally said he would do all of this. And that's what he's doing. Ironically, it seems that Donald Trump might be one of the first U.S. presidents that actually kept their promises. Let's hope he keeps this one, too.
Go ahead.
You had talked a couple weeks ago, you were doing an interview, and you talked about how you hope to end the war in Ukraine because it might help you get into heaven. How does this help? Does this help?
I mean, I'm being a little cute. I don't think there's anything going to get me in heaven, okay? I really don't. I think I'm not maybe heaven-bound. I may be in heaven right now as we fly in Air Force One. I'm not sure
I agree with him
I'm
here.
going to be able to make heaven. But go ahead.
You're definitely not going to heaven, mate. Like, I'll tell you that much. Whether it's real or not, doesn't matter. You ain't going. Now, this is some insane shit. This is the first I'm seeing of it. Jack Posobiec went to Wildwood in New Jersey, my home state, to do a rally for the Republican candidate for governor. And, well, let's take a listen to what he said.
And we went down, the President of the United States had us in the White House the other day, and we were talking about the violent left, and we were talking about the Antifa networks. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, the networks are real. We know they're real. We're not playing games anymore, folks. We're not playing games. We're coming for you. We're coming for every single one of you. We got Bondi, we got Bongino, we got Cash, we got the whole 9 yards, the Joint Terrorism Task Force. We're coming for you. And I don't care what your last name is, by the way. I don't care if your last name is Clinton. I'm going to say it. Should I say it, folks? I don't care if your last name is Soros, all right? We are coming. We are coming. So you better keep your money clean, because we're going to follow the money every single place.
I love how they talk about keeping the money clean when, wasn't it like yesterday that one of these bozos in the administration shorted Bitcoin and resulted in like people literally committing suicide because they lost all of their savings? So, like, yeah, try not to calm over there, Jack.
Place it goes, and you got these people saying they're going to flee the country. Well, I'll tell you something. You can run, but you can't hide. You can't.
Both On Main and his alt depraved ambiance. Don't forget that this is End Wokeness on Twitter. I don't know if I want to keep doing my work. If I end up in heaven, I have to debate the American patriot and thought leader Charlie. May he rest in peace, hand in hand with Malcolm X above. God damn, these people are insane. They certainly are following the money, just not how they think. That's also true. This is them talking about just building camps to lock up political opponents, obviously.
Didn't she?
Like, we're well past the illegal immigrants bit. No one even pretends anymore.
James Comey found out about that, didn't he? And I'm told, I am reliably told, that there are going to be a number of more names that everyone in this crowd knows that are going to be finding out very soon. He says Alec.
Like, even Rogan flipped on Trump recently. But all of that aside, one of the more important things that we need to address here is this is far bigger than Donald Trump, than the United States, than the United States government. Like, this is not something that we're talking about. Like, now we are, obviously, but I mean the country broadly. The only time anyone brings up this dude is when we're talking about TikTok. And in TikTok, that is part of all of this. It is important, but it's far bigger than that.
Because we're constantly recording, watching and recording everything that's going on. Citizens will be on their best behavior because we're constantly recording and reporting everything that's going on, and it's unimpeachable. The cars have cameras on them. I think we have a squad car here someplace.
This is Larry Ellison, the guy this entire series has been about, and his idea for the future of the.
Again, go and follow this creator. Like, 11-part series so far. This is a play for world dominance. Oh, absolutely, and they are like they're doing all right in that play. Not winning, I would say, but yeah. The far right and the wealthy controlling the media and the news is probably the single biggest issue we face. Absolutely. This is the biggest issue we face, I think, actually. I don't think there's any way for us to organize online because of this issue. We are reduced to having to organize offline. But even that, which I do fully support, is incredibly difficult because this is the system that has made it so that people are incapable of thinking about, coping with, and addressing things that are uncomfortable, things that make them feel bad, things that are scary. And that comes from the media, that comes from the social media, it comes from our addiction for profit industry that runs the world. I will absolutely say that they are winning. I won't say that they're winning because China might be winning, but then again, this guy is working with China. Again, like, we're gonna have WeChat in America in a couple years. If you didn't know, in China, WeChat is X the Everything app that you need to do anything. You want to ride a bus? You need WeChat. You want to, pay your rent? You want to get a place to live? You need WeChat. You want to go to the hospital? You need WeChat. You want to go to the bank and withdraw money from the ATM? You need WeChat. You want to go sit at the restaurant? And all of this comes along with social credit, a social credit score. And guess who built this system? Guess who built the, Great Chinese Firewall system? Larry Ellison did. Not in its entirety, but, like, dude had a pretty large hand in the matter. And one of the reasons that matters is because of what ends up getting censored. That's what Elon wants. I mean, they all want that. They're all the same people. Elon is just the dumbest of them, but like Oracle, X, Palantir, there's a few other companies here like Amazon, Meta, the Great Firewall does not exist without Oracle. Exactly. And they're building that here. And they're building that social credit system here as well. And don't think that you can get around it. The UK is already making it so you can't get a job without digital ID. Like, Keir Starmer literally said the words, you will not be able to get a job in the United Kingdom without digital ID. So...
American dream would make even George Orwell blush. Now, in the last few videos, we've covered a lot. A secret wife who nobody knew about, a football deal which involved Dave Portnoy and revealed everything, and how the only person who can actually verify Jo Lynn's existence at the University of Michigan is her alleged college roommate, a nuclear physicist who won't return anybody's calls.
This whole thing.
Now, I know a lot of you were asking if there were any other social media platforms you could find me on outside of TikTok, and the answer is Substack. The Dre Dossier, it's linked in my bio. That's the platform that this series primarily lives on, and it's where I'm going to primarily live once TikTok gets a little farther into the bad place, if you know what I mean. But while we're still here, let's talk about where this roommate, Ang Zhu, falls into all of this, okay? Because he plays a pretty crucial part, I think. According to what I can find online, Ang Zhu got his PhD in nuclear engineering and scientific computing from the University of Michigan, Ann Arbor in 2016. Now, his research seemed to focus on real-time nuclear reactor simulations, modeling how nuclear reactors react and behave under changing conditions, predicting problems before they happen, and monitoring safety systems.
Which is their whole
This is highly specialized, very technical work. I don't know if you could tell. And he seems to be really good at it. I mean, I found one of his research papers had 307 academic citations, which is a ton, especially for a paper that was written as early as 2016. His dissertation advisor even called his work groundbreaking, said he was one of the smartest students he had ever had. I mean, this guy seems to be legitimately brilliant. Now guess what he's doing? Well, according to LinkedIn, he is the VP of R&D at, and I'm not making this up, a hedge fund. That's literally what it says. Like, he doesn't even name the company. It just says
tell me why very, very intelligent and also published science-minded people are this closely related with hedge funds? Well, it's because it's all about the money. It's all about the money. Guess who just bought for $56 billion one of the world's primary energy manufacturers? BlackRock did. All of these are all tied in. They're all the same people. They're all friends with each other. They're all in the same club. The big club that we're not in. Your electricity prices go up even more now. And part of the reason that they bought that to begin with was, well, yes, because they want money, but because the rise of data centers all over the world is increasing energy prices even more so. And, well, they like to steal as much from you as they can. And also, they're such a big company that you can't really do anything about it. Capitalism is why we can't have nice things. That's true. Well, yeah, I mean, like, Renaissance Technologies is like 3 minutes from where I grew up, and it's all scientists doing, Renaissance Technologies, rather, doing quality assurance. Yeah, absolutely. And that's
a hedge fund.
A big deal, because a lot of that R&D, that quality assurance that is being done with Oracle, with the people that are running the surveillance apparatus. Remember, Larry Ellison not only runs Oracle, but he's also one of the main partners in Stargate, along with OpenAI and Sam Altman, which is the giant data center program, like the one that they're building currently that's bigger than a city, that's going to take up more electricity per day to use than New York and San Francisco combined. But while they're doing this, and while we're talking about the amount of censorship that we're already experiencing, I'm starting to see more and more stuff like this. Again, like, I can't verify this right now. I don't have an American SIM card, nor do I have access to the American App Store. Maybe you guys could help me verify this, but this is not the first I've seen of it.
We're going to refer to as Tim Timerson. Try to follow along on my American phone, on my American Tim account, downloaded from the American Apple Store. I generally enjoy Tim Timerson. I also have a Canadian cell phone with a Canadian phone number downloaded from the Canadian App Store, where I enjoy Tim Timerson. This morning on my American phone, I am scrolling through, and there's a Mutuals video that I like, and I go to repost, and it says I can't. This is of a mutual, and I was like, that's weird. But it is something that I wanted people to see, so I was like, maybe it's a glitch. I flipped over to my Canadian phone and I was like, let's see what Tim Timerson is up to here, and I find the video and I go to repost it. Repost, no problem. Now I'm interested. I go back to my American phone. It does not show I reposted that video. I go back to my Canadian phone. It shows I reposted that video, so I liked and commented as well. I go back to my American phone. Nothing. It's like, that's interesting. And then I kind of put my phone down and I went about my day, and I was like,
if someone can help me confirm
and I was like,
this,
oh,
it
and
would
there's
be
this song
really
that's been
useful
running
to
through
know.
my head, and they're like, what song? And I was like, I don't know. Now what I normally do is any video I like, I bookmark if it has like a song in it I like. Sometimes it's a music video, sometimes it's like in the background, somebody's dancing to it. I bookmark it into a folder called music, and then eventually when I have like some boring task, I will turn on Shazam auto detect in the background. I'll open the TikTok app and I'll go video by video, and Shazam picks up all the songs and builds me my new playlist. I go to find this video the other night, which I heard, which is the song that's in my head, and it's not there. And I know I had sent it to somebody as well, and I go into the chat I had with her in Tim Timerson. It's not there. For shits and giggles, I run back upstairs and I get my Canadian phone and I look in the folder called music, and not only did I clear out all the music the other day through Shazam, 164 songs got Shazam. I zeroed out the folder, so there only should have been like 1 or 2 videos in that folder. There's like 98. The video I bookmarked the other day, plus a bunch of other music I had bookmarked. But it doesn't show in Tim Timerson America. It shows in Tim Timerson Canada. And the video that I had sent to my friend in Tim Timerson chat shows. I then got very...
Don't you guys love how this was like exactly the type of justification that we were using to say like, oh, well, you know, we need to block TikTok, or we need to buy TikTok from the Chinese because they will do this. They will block access to content that Americans should be able to see, and they will spy on American users through it. And that's why we need to do it. No, turns out we're gonna do it. Not to mention the fact that like all of that started when it became known that China still had access to Americans' data, even though even though like the TikTok app kept its data on American servers. Guess who was in charge of holding on to the data in American servers and not let the Chinese have access to it? It was Larry Ellison. And then immediately after that finding, and then we got a ban TikTok stuff came up. Well, it was Larry Ellison who went and was like, hey, well, I'll buy it. I can hold on to it. And they just said, sure, why not? Single most profitable hedge fund on earth kind of invented the game. Medallion Fund. Fund is the product they are most known for. They use like all of the STEM in the world to predict markets. Really fucking interesting, but for a horrific reason. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Did she just say that the content she sent to her friend became different content? No, it disappeared. And only the other content that wasn't that was being shown. Like, on the American phone that had TikTok from the American App Store with an American phone number, that message, like, did not appear. But if you viewed it from a Canadian phone, from the Canadian App Store with a Canadian SIM card, then you could see that video. It's some terrifying shit, actually. Kind of like the fact that like we might never have an election again. I don't know if you guys saw this before we get to the video. I know I'm putting it off, but there's a bunch of stuff that I forgot to show you guys. Well, as part of its deal with Dominion, Liberty officials asked Dominion, the voting machine company, to settle several other defamation lawsuits against Trump allies who attacked the company over the 2020 election results. In recent weeks, Dominion had reached undisclosed settlements with former New York City Mayor Rudy Giuliani and former Trump lawyer Sidney Powell, as well as the One America News Network. Dominion had sued Giuliani and Powell for $1.3 billion each, and it had sued OANN for $1.6 billion. I don't know about you, but the fact that these lawsuits were settled, like these defamation suits that Dominion was 100% in the right for, had been settled because the company was purchased by a Republican-owned election tech firm is pretty fucking terrifying. We're never getting a free and fair election ever again. Free? Nope. Fair? Nope. Elections? Sort of. Maybe, yeah. In like 26. Maybe. We might not even get that. But I'll tell you what. You can just kiss any hope of electoralism working goodbye now. There's people saying a fan base that's owned by Isaac Hayes III could be a viable alternative to TikTok, but I haven't looked at it. I wouldn't know. I don't know. Depends on whether it's a U.S. company or not. I'm sure they'll maintain free and fair elections without a partisan bias. Yeah, absolutely. 100%. Here is from the founder and chairman of Liberty Vote on the new website for Dominion. Our promise, my fellow Americans. Today I'm proud to announce Liberty Vote, a 100% American-owned election technology company dedicated to restoring trust in our elections. Our mission is clear. Every vote must be secure, fair, and verifiable. I've spent my life working to strengthen America's elections. The commitment began years ago in the aftermath of the 2000 election when I worked for the Missouri Secretary of State, later as an election director in St. Louis. Sorry, you've been working to strengthen America's elections since 2000, and now you're gonna, put out say this after you're out there saying, 2020 was a bit fucked up. Yeah, sure. Of course. We're going to gerrymander California pretty soon. Should have already done it, but it's not gonna help considering they gerrymandered every other state well before this year, but are also literally removing Democrats from elected positions by gerrymandering. Just saying, even if we had 100% turnout, 265 million is not a huge number to just count by hand. It's not great, but they are mobilizing for that easy. Pushing for it in New York. Hell, go for it, yeah. The other thing is that, even if we did have a real election, even if a Democrat did win in 28, that would not be a good thing, because we would just continue doing all of this. It's not like we weren't building up to these exact things under Democrats already. Again, a lot of the justification for the use of the military and the crackdowns on protesters, those same justifications that this regime is making were made by the Biden administration for the college protests against the genocide. Oh yeah, it's hyperfucked, but yeah. Ratchet effect, yada yada. That's also true. Unfortunately, it just do be like that, yeah. Oh, by the way, we got autonomous police cars now, as I've shown you with the gun registry, and U.S. anti-fascism expert blocked from flying to Spain at the airport. Didn't even let him leave. So, now we can jump to Cappy's video, because I am curious. Let's have a look. U.S. troops deploying at home is worse than you think. Well, I'm curious, because I think it's pretty bad as it is. Let's find out.
Right now, thousands of American troops are deploying to American cities around the country. One of these soldiers is named Adam Reyes. Let's say he's 19 years old, from a quiet suburb in
Cappy,
Illinois.
What do you have issues with Cappy for? Obviously, U.S. military YouTuber is gonna be a bit more pro-America than the rest of us, but dude's a military YouTuber. Gotta let him. He's not MAGA, is he? There's no way that he's MAGA. He does not sound MAGA at all.
Adam enlisted in the National Guard a year ago as a way to serve his country one weekend a month and to help pay for classes at Northern Illinois University.
I might be wrong.
On October
Rarely
5th, Adam got a text message from his squad leader that read, "Report to the Armory, we're going to Chicago to protect federal facilities and agents downtown." It felt surreal to Adam.
He sounds to the left of Preston to me on some issues, specifically on this. Preston's video on this, an hour-long video called the Antifa Witch Hunt that he had a guest on. Even that rhetoric was about this level. Cappy often sounds more left-leaning to me than most mill bloggers.
Because growing up, Chicago was the city where he and his family went every year to watch the Thanksgiving Day parade. It was where he and his buddies went on the weekends for concerts and parties. Now he was going there as a soldier, to possibly stop riots and be issued live ammunition. That night, Adams sat at his desk and started writing emails to his professors, explaining that he might miss the rest of the semester. Across the whole country, thousands of part-time citizen soldiers were doing the exact same thing.
Wait for the lies, like, do you mean just being too charitable, or do you mean like outright lies? Point them out when you see them, please.
Calling off from work, rearranging childcare to fulfill their commitment.
National Guard deployment to the Chicago area has begun in controversy over its constitutionality.
Hundreds of troops from the Texas and Illinois National Guard are now positioned to deploy across the Chicago area.
On October 5th, the White House federalized and deployed 300 National Guard troops from Illinois and 400 from Texas to the city of Chicago. So far,
center-left, world-right, center-left American liberal. That makes sense. I was gonna say, like, he's definitely far too charitable to these people, but I also do kind of get it considering he needs to still be able to access, I don't know, like, intel from other military personnel, and these videos are useful, so, like, I don't mind that, to be fair. But, like, yeah, like, he's not pro-Trump or anything. He's just pro-US imperialism, which is standard for these people. Like, even, like, Preston, pro-US imperialism in Venezuela, which I am against, but he's still a good resource. Mind you, by the way, Trump's gonna go fuckload more unhinged now that he has lost the Nobel Peace Prize. His main demographic is MAGA. I also disagree. His main demographic is people who like the military, and like that's not necessarily MAGA. He does a lot of good stuff for Ukraine, for example, and that's not MAGA. We're outliers for watching him. You might be, but like on the Ukraine subject, he's far more on our side, which is not something that like you do even when your main demographic that you're trying to market towards, like for your videos, are MAGA. You don't do that.
In 2025, the White House has deployed 4,000 National Guard soldiers and 700 Marines to Los Angeles, 2,000 to Washington, D.C., over 100 to Tennessee, and there are now plans to activate the National Guard in 19 more states.
Hey, New Jersey gets spared for now.
Like Portland and Chicago, governors are suing to block the deployments and arguing they're unconstitutional. In response, the federal government is threatening to go around them by invoking the Insurrection Act. Meanwhile, Adam's mom texted him links to stories from the news. Some articles called the National Guard's deployment heroic, others called them pawns in an authoritarian power grab. Adam had never thought much about politics his whole life. He didn't like watching the talking heads on the news channels, and he wasn't the type of guy to argue with you about immigration or crime. But now, he and his unit were at the center of one of the most controversial and politically sensitive military missions in recent history. This channel isn't political. It's not my place to
leave. Are you sure about that? I mean, like, I want you to try, but you might not get to. What the fuck? I just showed the tweet. What in the hell? Oh my god. What the hell? Where is it? Oh, fuck it. Fine, I'll find it like this. It's not the one. I mean, like, definitely try and leave, but they don't want to let you leave. Here you go. U.S. anti-fascism export blocked from flying to Spain at the airport. Rutgers University professor who published a book on Antifa was informed at the boarding gate his trip was canceled. He taught about anti-fascism in a course. Like, this guy was at the Antifa roundtable. He was sitting there at this meeting. He was invited to the fucking White House for that. So, like, it's wild that they also went and did that following. I think it had something to do with Jack Posobiec recognizing him or some shit like that. New Jersey is a nuclear power plant with an Italian deli in the cafeteria. True, and that's why it's based. Also, good to see you, Anarchist Tech Support.
tell you what to think. My purpose here with this channel is to cover issues of national security and discuss it here in the comment section with you. I'm a former Army National Guard soldier who deployed to both Iraq and domestically to New York City to respond to looting alongside police during a hurricane. I have some personal experience with the type of challenging missions that these troops are tasked with. It's my goal to explain the facts of the situation, to put it into historical context, and hopefully be a resource for troops and civilians to better understand what's happening in America, in something that's more detailed and complete than a 3-minute spot on a news network can be. Because behind these domestic deployments is something much bigger. A continental military operation stretching from Los Angeles to Venezuela, one that is aiming to redefine what national security means at home and test just how far federal powers can reach inside the United States. But before we dive deeper into that, I want to thank this episode's sponsor.
Yeah, no, you get your bag. I know it's gonna be like some World of Tanks game shit. Yep, I was right. Sorry, Cappy. I usually will let people run their ads, but not for dumb shit like that. By the way, we are totally going to war with Venezuela. I still have to talk about that as well. Like, we have too much to cover. And I don't have the time.
Federal immigration operation that's been unfolding across the nation since early 2025. That's when the US government began a series of mass deportation raids targeting homes and workplaces across the country. So far, more than 220,000 people have been confirmed arrested, roughly 60,000 are now held in detention centers, and estimates are as high as 200,000 already deported from inside the United States. Whatever the exact numbers are, though, one thing is for certain. It's the largest interior enforcement effort in modern American history, with the stated goal of deporting 1 million people a year, or roughly 3,000 arrests a day.
The stated goal.
The initiative
literally nothing to do with that.
Is known as Operation at Large. To give you a sense of its scale, according to federal reports, it combines 3,000 ICE agents, 2,000 personnel from the FBI and DEA, and eventually 21,000 National Guard soldiers to be deployed throughout the country. The government is also expanding military bases in Florida to use as deportation hubs, reopening old detention facilities, and coordinating with El Salvador's mega prisons to handle deportees. $170 billion in funding for these enforcement and border security operations has been set aside, making it one of the top priorities in national security. One of the main justifications provided for these troop deployments has been for them to support and protect these deportation operations. But this isn't the first time the United
Like, we put a former CIA a chief in charge of the Latin America stuff. Like, we're doing covert action there right now. We're actually likely to be doing military strikes in Venezuela in the next week, because just this week we said that we're no longer interested in negotiations.
The United States has carried out a mass deportation campaign, and the last time that it happened, it played out differently, but also sparked a nationwide debate over just how far federal enforcement should reach. In World War II, the US and Mexican governments actually worked together with one another to launch the Bracero program, which authorized over 5 million Mexican workers to come north into America to fill wartime labor shortages as the US men fought overseas in the war. The program required fair wages and sanitary housing conditions for the Mexican workers, but many US ranchers chose to ignore that rule and instead hired illegal labor from Mexico because it was much cheaper and didn't have those requirements. By the early 1950s, Washington moved to enforce compliance with the Bracero program. President Eisenhower appointed a retired World War II Army General, Joseph Swing, to lead a massive federal deportation campaign. In 1954, the government launched what was called Operation Wetback. Yes, that was really its official name in the newspapers and everything. Border Patrol and Immigration and Naturalization Service swept through neighborhoods in 12-man squads and jeeps, stopping anyone who looked Mexican and demanded identification. If they didn't have any, detainees were sent to camps and then deported by bus, train, and ship. Officially, about 30,000 people were deported in just a few months, but over 1 million were ultimately apprehended. The Eisenhower administration called the operation Respect for Law, while civil rights groups called the campaign unconstitutional. Today, we're once again seeing large-scale federal immigration enforcement, but this time something major has changed. It's backed by military deployments from the National Guard and some active duty components. These deployments started in June 2025 when ICE raids targeted illegal immigrants at a garment factory and a hardware store downtown. It quickly escalated when protesters clashed with agents at the detention facility. Federal agents fired tear gas and rubber bullets to disperse the crowds,
Not to
while
mention,
protesters
shot
threw rocks
at
and bricks at the
journalists,
police
including
vehicles
foreign
while they were
ones.
moving. Police cars were abandoned in the middle of the highway.
This is a kind of cool YouTube channel. Like I said, I like Cappy in a lot of ways. Like, they do decent work. Like, a lot of the videos are actually quite educational, especially when we're talking about, like, war stuff.
Looting broke out, fires were all over the city. That's when 4,000 California Army National Guard soldiers were federalized by the government, and 700 Marines were sent to Los Angeles on a mission to quell the riots. And since then, the protests have regularly happened in ICE facilities around the country. But over the following months, the violence
The Waymos were staged? I don't think they were. I also don't think that it's a bad thing to, like, do that to the Waymos. The Waymos are literal monitoring devices. They have cameras, and they were spying on the fucking protesters. They should have done that. They weren't riots? Okay. I still, like, am mad at Los Angeles. Los Angeles did not do that protest correctly. As I said, like, instead of having 300,000 people clumped up in a giant group, why don't you break off into 8 to 12 person groups and assign each other, like, here's 2 to 3 city blocks that you're going to patrol, get some walkie-talkies, and occupy the city, which would have been far, far, far more productive, useful, and safer. You have less of a chance of getting kettled and corralled, you have less of a chance of getting assaulted and arrested, and they have a less chance of actually being able to do their job. So, you know. I do believe that Eisenhower operation accidentally, quote-unquote, deported like some 1,000 actual citizens. That does not surprise me at all.
Violence has slowly escalated. In July, a man opened fire on ICE agents during a raid at a marijuana facility. 2 months later, another man shot into an ICE transportation vehicle, killing a detainee. After the assassination of political commentator Charlie Kirk, U.S. government officials began stating,
Yeah, but LA has been continuing, Funcourt. Like, LA still hasn't stopped. There is exactly what's happening in Chicago and Portland is happening in LA every day and has been since. So, like, they could be doing it now. Also, like, we could be doing it now in other places. You were speaking about June, though? Oh, absolutely. And, like, sure, they don't have the 300,000, like, numbers that they did before, but it doesn't mean that you can't implement these strategies and tactics. We had over 10 different protests going on at the same time, and they were operating with each other to not get kettled and corralled by the cops. I do like that. I still think that it would be better to split into smaller groups and occupy the city instead of, like, in a rather large group making a scene. It looks better when it's the rather large group. It's far more functional when it's the small teams with, like, actual specific jobs given to them. Yeah, no, I know. As you were saying, we had 10 different protests going on at the same time, and they were operating with each other to not get kettled and counter-kettle the cops. Sorry. And counter-kettle the cops. That's great. Still, not what I'm talking about here. I'm talking about occupying the city. You don't need to kettle the cops. The cops can't do their job if there is groups in every block. Anytime ICE pulls up to try and do deportations, there are people there ready to A, get other people to safety, B, make a scene, C, call reinforcements in, and then make that block a problem for them. You know, like the ones from, like, the ones on the side, the ones on that side. Meanwhile, like, all the way on the other side of the city, ICE might be doing a raid in another street. Meanwhile, like, they're encountering the same issue there. I said corralled. You are right on that. But, like, you see my point in that it is far more obstructive, and you are actually holding the city. There's nowhere they could go. 300,000 people is entirely enough to occupy LA in that manner. The whole city was pretty much business as usual minus downtown, and that's my problem with it. I would rather it not be.
These domestic deployments went beyond immigration and crime control, and they were now necessary to fight domestic terrorism across the United States. Adam felt shocked by the amount of violence happening in his country. He hadn't experienced anything like this before in his lifetime. His dad said it reminded him of back in the 1960s when there were a string of assassinations, bombings, riots, and unrest in the country, but for Adam's generation, unrest wasn't supposed to look like this. Yet behind the scenes, government memos and intelligence reports have been quietly reframing the threat, turning internal disorder into a matter of national security. In January, Latin American drug cartels were designated foreign terrorist organizations.
Like, ICE was already in the area doing stuff, and it wasn't like because you were protesting that they cracked down. They wanted that crackdown, and so they incentivized the protests by just saying they were going to do worse shit, by doing worse shit, and by slowly ramping it up. They are using this strategy everywhere across the board. They want people to show up in opposition, and then they are pointing at those people who show up in opposition as justification for further, crackdowns, for further force being deployed. Remember, in Chicago alone, these people grappled down out of a Black Hawk helicopter into a house in the middle of the night and dragged men, women, and children out of their house, zip-tied naked children that they dragged out of that house and separated from their parents, threw them in a van, and then fucked off with them. Children, like young children, were dragged out of their houses naked by ICE and zip-tied, separated from their parents, loaded into a van, and then God knows where. As King James of Greater St. James demands. I mean, again, like, this country is no longer the United States of America. It is really just Greater St. James.
Organizations. Then, on September 22nd, the Trump administration officially designated Antifa as a terrorist organization, the first time a domestic group had been targeted in this way. Antifa is a movement of leftist activists in the United States seen at many of these protests. The move to designate them as a terrorist organization was seen largely as symbolic, but it opened the door for the Pentagon to justify using their intelligence, surveillance, and even military assets within the interior of the country.
Which they were already doing, but now they have that free pass, that justification. Remember, ICE can get into your phones. They have access to Israeli spyware tech, like they can hack into your home network, your phone. You won't even see that they're there, like you wouldn't even know. They can read all of your text messages before they even are sent, and they can see all of your location data at all times. They know exactly where you are at all times. If you have a smartwatch, if you have a phone that you carry around with you generally, like all of it. I want to call it Greater Little St. James. It needs the little. Yeah, you know what? I like that depraved ambiance. But that's just ICE's spy apparatus. That's not even what they're talking about here. That terrorist designation means the NSA, the CIA, the FBI, ICE, all of them are. Is there any basis or standard that must be met for an organization to be declared a terrorist organization? Not really. Yes, sure, but we're calling the drug cartels narco-terrorists, which isn't a thing. Terrorism is a word that has a meaning. It means that you are a group that will go and do violence for a political reason, in order to create fear and justify their politics, to push a political justification, a political ideology. Jesus' American Constitution has been full of holes forever. Yeah, basically. It hasn't happened in the past because of the precedent that it would set. Actually, yes. Now, not only did we declare narco-terrorists is a thing, we declared these as foreign terrorist organizations, but also domestic terrorist organizations have never been a thing until now. If all it takes is them terrorists, then all privacy rights are just void. Yeah, that's how it works. That's how the Patriot Act works, and that's how the U.S. government has always worked. As That's My Name Bozo had said, they could have done this at any point before. It just hadn't been done because of the implications, because of the precedent it would set. Biden could have done this. He had the legal right to. It's just stupid to do so. And again, National Security Memorandum 7, NSPM 7, is not an executive order. They don't even need to tell us what's included. They told us what's included in that because they wanted to. We don't know what number 6 is. Bush used the Patriot Act, but they did COINTELPRO long before the Patriot Act anyway. That's true. And COINTELPRO, like, evolved. Like, that still exists, just not in the same way. That's what the people sounding the alarm over the Patriot Act have been saying for like 24 years. Yeah, literally.
Same argument has been reinforced across multiple federal reports, and the Homeland Security 2025 Threat Assessment devotes major sections to domestic extremism and terrorism. And use of military force in America has always been a sensitive subject throughout history. Since the founding of the country, Americans have been suspicious of domestic troop deployments. The framers of the Constitution had lived through British troops patrolling the streets, enforcing taxes, and even living in their private homes. British troops killed 5 colonists in the Boston Massacre, which was seen as a warning of what could happen when a military is turned inward. So the founders built safeguards into the new republic to try to prevent that. The Third Amendment banned troops from living in civilian.
Also, like, talking about the Constitution like this is... we've talked about this before. The Constitution was written for a white ethno-state. The founders were racists and pieces of shit. In fact, Donald Trump is quite like George Washington in that they are the same type of racist piece of shit. Now, beyond that, though, like, it's still important to talk about the Constitution. We just need to not sugarcoat it and not lie about, like, what the actual founders believe. I was called an extremist my whole life for wanting to abolish the surveillance state, DHS, etc. Unsurprising. Constitutional JD speaking, my moment. Yes, it was. Thank you, Bun. The founders weren't pro-equality or democracy or any of that shit. They just wanted their own personal kingdoms as opposed to being beholden to a foreign king. That's also true.
In homes, and Article 2 placed command of the military under an elected civilian president. But that principle was tested on...
You know, we're already up to them arguing against Article 3 now, right? Like, they're saying that it is, illegal for businesses and, like, private property, saying, no, sorry, ICE agents can't come onto, this property, like, they're not allowed to use the bathroom at my store, saying, like, you have to let them do that? No, you don't, actually. The Third Amendment is specifically what says, no, actually, I don't need to let the military into my house. I don't need to let them into my business. I don't need to let them use the bathroom at my place of work. Is that because Kristi Noem pissed her pants? Probably.
Almost immediately. In 1794, farmers in western Pennsylvania revolted against a new federal whiskey tax. President George Washington called up state militias to suppress the uprising. The rebellion did collapse, but it exposed the problem. There was no method through which the president could legitimately call up soldiers on U.S. soil to protect the republic. To fix that oversight, Congress passed the Insurrection Act of 1807, giving presidents the power to deploy federal forces domestically, but only when a state requests help or when local authorities can no longer maintain order. Now, 2 centuries later, the Trump administration is signaling they may use the Insurrection Act if cities do not comply with immigration raids and National Guard deployments. And the nation's 3rd largest city, Chicago, is at the center of all of this. In September, federal ICE agents in full tactical gear and camouflage launched Operation Midway Blitz. The Pentagon reported they authorized civilian law enforcement units from this to stage from an active U.S. military naval base at Naval Station Great Lakes, about 40 miles north of downtown Chicago.
Emergency powers are like the biggest flaw in every modern democracy. You're exactly right. In fact, like, no shit. If you can just declare an emergency and erase the Constitution, then, like, having a pull in case of emergency switch means that you can't have a proper democracy. If you can just get rid of it that easily. And by the way, like, Trump has been declaring emergencies for all of this, like, since he got into office. Everything is an emergency so that they can do this.
It's the largest military base in Illinois with infrastructure for vehicles, helicopters, staging, and intelligence collection. And it was the first time there was this level of cooperation between the military and civilian law enforcement. 250 federal agents using 140 vehicles launched immigration raids from the naval base. On the night of September 30th, agents rappelled from a Black Hawk helicopter on the roof of a 5-story apartment building in the South Shore neighborhood of Chicago, where officers say Tren de Aragua cartel members were using it as a safe house. Armored Bearcat vehicles, unmarked SUVs surrounded the block and established a perimeter. By dawn, officials claimed the raid had resulted in over 40 arrests and seizure of illegal narcotics and firearms. Local residents described the scene as a war zone. Shortly after this, a judge...
We had one, Arberlin. It was called the Second Amendment. Unfortunately, it doesn't work like that. Like, the entire reason the National Guard exists in the first place is because they were supposed to be the ones that would fight back against the military if the government tried to do tyranny. And now the National Guard is the ones doing tyranny for the government. But that's literally why they existed. That was their whole function. Claims aren't evidence. That's also true.
In Illinois ruled that the National Guard deployment was illegal, which temporarily blocked deployments while it went to the higher courts. Ultimately, it's up to the courts to decide if the troop deployments are legal, and the precedent rests on one single law from the 1800s. Because after the Civil War in 1865, U.S. troops occupied the southern states to enforce Reconstruction and protect newly freed Black Americans from violence. For more than a decade, the Army occupied the South, but the presence of troops on the streets fueled resentment in the South, so President Hayes withdrew troops, and a year later, Congress passed the Posse.
If you're in Chicago, go out and help support the people fighting back. Now, like, you don't have to fight back if you're too afraid or that you don't have, like, the physical capability or whatnot. Like, there's still a lot you can do to support. I like how everyone's been saying Bearcat vehicles since I identified the vehicles at Glass House. That had to actually work for a sec. I know, it's shit, isn't it? Anarchist tech support. Racist be resentful? Never. Of course not. The issue being... Again, as we talked about earlier, in fact, I think it was Comrade Lilly who said that Reconstruction didn't go anywhere near as far enough.
Comitatus Act, which made it illegal to use the U.S. military to enforce domestic law unless Congress specifically authorizes it. But today, the president is using a different legal authority to avoid that issue. The government is deploying the National Guard without congressional or local state leadership approval by using Title 10 U.S. Code 124006. It allows the president to activate the Guard if the U.S. is, quote, invaded or is in danger of invasion by a foreign nation, or there is a rebellion or a danger of a rebellion. In cities like Los Angeles, Portland, and Chicago, it's drawn lawsuits that have temporarily blocked the deployment of National Guard troops, putting them in limbo while the courts determine if there is legal danger of a rebellion. In addition to this, the federal government is now trying to deploy out-of-state Texas National Guard units to Chicago because the Texas governor agrees and supports the move. The laws written in the aftermath of the Civil War were meant to help settle the debate over domestic use of military force, but history shows us those limits have been tested again and again. U.S. Army soldiers were deployed to crush the Great Railroad Strike of 1877, where they fired on rioters in several states, killing more than 100 civilians. Later, in 1957,
the reason you have, I don't know, like the 5-day work week, the reason you have a 9 to 5 is because of this, is because of people who went out on the street and got killed by the police back in the day.
Eisenhower, the one who ran that last major deportation operation, invoked the Insurrection Act to enforce desegregation laws, integrating black and white schools. In 1962, Kennedy sent the National Guard to quell riots when racist mobs defied federal authority to allow the first black student to attend the University of Mississippi. 2 were killed and hundreds injured before order was restored. In 1970, Ohio Army National Guard soldiers opened fire and killed 4 unarmed students during Vietnam War protests. But the last time the Insurrection Act was invoked was in 1992 by President Bush Sr. to help end the Los Angeles riots. Nearly 30 years later, in 2020, we saw 40,000 National Guard activated on the streets in response to riots after George Floyd's murder. Since 1970, though, no civilians have been killed by U.S. troops on U.S. soil.
You're right, by the way, and nearly every right we do have, the few that we have, are bathed in blood. Workers shed blood for us to have the most basic labor accommodations, as well as like every other right. And this is what happens when people forget that. Like, unironically, when you start forgetting that rights are not granted by the gods onto you. No, like they're fought and earned. Every time. It's not a privilege that they get to take away. They, like, it is now. It shouldn't be. And the only reason it is now is because people forgot just how hard we had to fight to acquire these. And to be clear, like, this is not anything new. Americans have forgotten this shit for decades. Like, labor unions are the weakest they've been in this country since, I don't know, like the 1800s?
As for the soldiers themselves carrying out these missions, like Private First Class Reyes, they're bound by multiple laws and regulations that date back to 1939, forbidding them from engaging in partisan politics or criticizing Congress or the president in public. The US military's culture is built on this idea of remaining apolitical, and that service members follow lawful orders from civilian leaders regardless of who holds office. It's a principle meant to preserve public trust and keep the armed forces separate from partisan power. In theory, that apolitical...
To be fair, Depraved Ambiance, I did learn about, like, the labor movements in the United States and the fact that, like, people had to fight and die for their rights in school. But I took AP US History, so I don't know, maybe. To be fair, also, there shouldn't be such a thing as AP US History. Like, we don't need to separate schooling based on, like, class distinctions.
Line is clear, but in practice it can get messy. The National Guard is unique in that it answers to 2 different governments at once, the federal government and the state governments. In America, each of the state governors control the National Guard. The way it works is if a National Guard unit is called up by its state government...
I was in 10th grade, so I'm not going to count that as college level. Even though, like, I guess it would be. To be fair, it really shouldn't be college level. I learned this stuff in standard history. Lucky you. AP gave college credit. Also, like, yeah, it just shouldn't, because it wasn't all that advanced. Like, a college history course should be far more than what AP US History was in my high school.
Governor, it can operate what's called hybrid status. This is known as Title 32. Under this status of Title 32, guardsmen are legally not restricted by the Posse Comitatus Act, which means they're allowed to support police with crowd control, arrest individuals, search vehicles, and enforce curfews. But in reality, the way it works in practice, and I've seen it firsthand before, individual guard commanders almost always explicitly tell lower enlisted soldiers in the past that they're not authorized to enforce the law anyway.
By the way, this, like, Title 32 requirement is why the regime is very mad at governors like Pritzker, like, what's his name? Gavin Newsom, because they have to operate under Title 10 because the governor of that state hasn't asked for them to be Title 32. My history teacher must have been pretty cool. History teachers are often pretty cool. My favorite one I will never forget was the one I had in middle school, who the entire semester's lesson was based off of the song We Didn't Start the Fire by Billy Joel, where we went through each event piece by piece. That was a fantastic way to learn history.
Do this in order to avoid the legal issue of the Posse Comitatus Act altogether, even though they are legally allowed. However, when the National Guard is federalized directly by the president, it operates under their control or federal authority, called Title 10. That single distinction means troops follow the same law as the active duty.
Okay, I stand corrected. that history teacher was not a cool dude.
The army, which means they cannot make arrests or enforce civilian law. Except that's not the full story, because there's an exception to that rule. Take a look at DoD Directive Number 3025.18. This is being interpreted today to justify soldiers who are on Title X federalized orders to still perform law enforcement duties. Section 4K subsection 2 states federal military forces can act when local, state, or federal authorities are unable or unwilling to provide adequate protection for federal property or federal governmental functions. This is being interpreted by the federal government to mean anywhere that federal agents go, military soldiers can protect them. So the government is arguing that means federal.
Yes, ICE are actually such weak, frail, scared little children that they need the U.S. military to protect them everywhere they go.
Federal ICE agents, when they go on raids, soldiers can go and protect them on that. While lawyers argued about constitutional authority and whether or not the Illinois deployment would be reauthorized, Adam Reyes slept for the night on the floor of a gym in a Chicago armory. He texted his girlfriend and tried to get some reading done for school. A platoon of the Texas Army National Guard were staying in the same armory with them.
That makes sense.
And one of the guys from the Texas unit came over and joked, "So what happens if your governor orders you to stop us from being here? We gonna have to square off in the parking lot?" The two
It's a good question, isn't it?
laughed together. Across the country, several governors are threatening to withdraw from the National Governors Association, which was originally created to help coordinate between the state governments and the federal government. More and more state governments are now acting like opposing camps. National Guard troops from Republican and Democrat states are being given conflicting orders. For soldiers on the ground, it raises a question. What happens if one state's governor orders their National Guard troops to do something in opposition to another state's National Guard?
Well, that is how a civil war starts.
Adam is, of course, a representation of the thousands of National Guard soldiers across the country. He's a representation of the responsibility that these men and women have. Many American soldiers over the past 250 years have stood in the same difficult position. They've had to make challenging split-second decisions and do their best to maintain their
At some point, ICE will ask for nuclear weapons. I can see it. I can see it. Actually, we need to defend ourselves from Antifa, so we need nuclear weapons. I can see it. Now, mind you that while all of this is happening, right? We have the military out and about. They're not getting paid. The government is shut down. And they're still working. Now, Trump has said that they want to pay them. But will they? Right now, they're getting more equipment than active duty soldiers. Yeah, absolutely. And understand that from there, this is how we treat our soldiers anyway. This was before the shutdown, I'm pretty sure. If not, then it's now. But I've covered exactly this story during the LA stuff, well before a shutdown.
As I take a step aside here, there is quite a bit of military members and their families in line because of this government shutdown. We're in day 9 of it, and they're here for a food pantry. There's all sorts of food that is available, and I spoke with some military.
Well before a shutdown, I covered another food pantry where there was not only soldiers in line looking to acquire food for their families, but also the wives of these soldiers talking about how they regularly need to go to the food bank. Sometimes they have to go to 3 or 4 food banks to get enough food for their kids. Soldiers at the food bank, indeed. And again, this is during a shutdown, but it's not just the shutdown. This is still the case even without a shutdown. Here, let me pull one up. Well before the shutdown. Here we go. 2 months ago. 2 months ago.
USDA study last year estimated
military families facing food insecurity in the U.S. 2 months ago. And let's just take a listen to them in the car over here, huh? Yeah, I remember this part.
A lot of our time. It's my birthday and I'm at a pantry, because if I miss today's pantry, that's gonna determine how the rest of the week goes.
And yeah, Kaname, I was on board with that as well. They're using the shutdown to do quite a lot of worse things than they would be able to do otherwise, and the shutdown hasn't stopped any of the rest of the functions that otherwise would have stopped from lack of funding. Like, they're just forcing people to work without pay, so.
And if you don't go to the food pantry, that means you're going to have to spend money on food, and then your kids aren't going to be able to go to the pool in the summer or do basic kid stuff.
Or gas or toilet paper.
A USDA study last year estimated 1 in 4 active duty troops are now food insecure, more than double the rate for civilians. And despite
that was 2024. Double the rate for civilian food insecurity for active duty troops. ICE isn't going to work unpaid forever. Oh no, they're getting paid. They're getting paid. They're going to get back pay. It's the rest of the government that isn't going to get paid. And, like, to be fair, ICE doesn't need to get paid. Like, they will go to work just for fun. Like, that's the thing, right? Like, they don't need the money incentive. If you're an ICE member, you just like suffering, really. They're not getting paid at the moment, yeah, but they will be. And again, like, I don't even think they need to get paid. I think a lot of them would do this for fun. Only problem is the enemies of the Russian military actually fight back. That's also true. Unfortunately, ours don't. Not if they quit. They won't quit, though. Why would they quit? Like, for not getting paid? No, they won't quit for that. Again, like, this is a hobby for them. Now, this I just saw. This is posted by Mehdi Hassan in the last hour. They're just saying shit out loud now. Like, they're not even hiding it.
So let me ask you about Trump 2028. We have a 22nd Amendment, which bars anybody from running for a third term. Do you think that that's not a barrier for him, or how do you see that?
I think that there are many different alternatives that at the appropriate time after the midterms in 26, we will roll out. But I think there are many different alternatives to make sure that President Trump is on the ballot. And if he's on the ballot, he'll win.
Like, they're not even hiding it. They're doing it for cash too. Yes, but of course that these, like, we're talking about a government so corrupt that they might as well just be the mob. Like, I'm sure they're letting them rob the people that they throw into the van. I'm sure they're also finding them other ways to make the money. Hell, like, maybe that whole crypto, like, Bitcoin short thing was just to get money to pay the ICE agents their salary. Like, it literally could have been. There's no way for us to know. It could have been any of the ghouls, like, trying to make themselves wealthy. It could have also been, like, a Band-Aid solution for, all right, let's make sure these people get paid, because I don't want to pay it out of my own pocket, even if, like, we're going to fix all this when the government opens back up. Like, I could see that kind of stuff happening. Oh, Bannon said this on Gavin's pod, like, 7 to 8 months ago. He's been open about it forever. Oh, yeah, no, absolutely. But this is News Nation, you know? This is their media to their audience. Even if Trump doesn't live to the next term, they will just campaign with him with AI videos. Oh, 100%. Have you seen the churches showing AI videos of Charlie Kirk? Also, like, not exactly something that you want to hear. From fucking Jake Tapper. From the Wall Street Journal, quote, inside the White House, top advisors joke that they are ruling Congress with an iron fist. Steve Bannon likened Congress to the Duma, the Russian assembly, that is largely ceremonial. Well, I can't exactly say that he's wrong there. Didn't Caesar do that? Like, let his army take over farms in Italy so he didn't have to pay them what he promised? Could be wrong. I'm not exactly well-versed on ancient Rome, but would not surprise me. Would not surprise me. Oh, and in relation to the gun owner registry, this is from American Muckrakers. This is about, like, from 2024, showing a memo that was sent to them by Roger Stone. They just reposted this, just to remind everybody. But this memo from Roger Stone, dated March 22nd, 2024, CC Susie Wiles, Chris Civita, Jason Miller, and Dan Scavino. As we discussed over the phone, when re-elected, I believe you need to address the sticky issue of the Second Amendment and the right to bear arms by our opponents and enemies. We can get around the gun issue with our base by promising a fix in early 2025 that won't affect patriots. This fix could include a new licensing program that would ensure that our enemies can't get guns by empowering the FBI and local law enforcement with the right to confiscate guns from anyone deemed to be an enemy of the state, and then we can decide the parameters that would determine what actually is an enemy later so the base doesn't flip out. Not to mention the fact that Pam Bondi essentially repeated this at the beginning of this year once they had become the administration. So, like, it's not like they're hiding it. Imagine being such a chump that you have serial numbers getting fed. Where'd the serial number? Oh, yeah, that. Fair enough. Fair enough. Fair enough. Fair enough. All right. We got a couple other things to talk about. Some pretty bad things, in fact. But before we get to that, I just wanted to break the ice with something very funny. So, this is a Russian who is making a video about the fancy new electronic warfare system that they have. Doesn't end.
Парни, пизда всем дронам. Гляньте, какая у нас хуйня есть. О, бля. Но это еще не самое главное. А вот, видали такую хуйню?
Ukrainian drones are fucked. Have you seen this fucking thing? Well, it doesn't matter, because you gotta see it. This fucking thing. We're gonna be laughing now. That's it.
Сейчас поржем все, блядь. Все, нет у нас больше.
That's it. We no longer have an expensive electronic warfare system.
Рыба дорогого.
5 minutes later.
Воюем.
The rest is all good. We're fighting little by little. Yeah, it's a very different mood than you had 5 minutes ago, huh, comrade?
Парни, пизда всем дронам. Гляньте, какая у нас хуйня есть. О, бля. Но это еще не самое главное. А вот, видали такую хуйню? Сейчас поржем все, блядь. Все, нет у нас больше рыба дорогого. Эй, тачка. Ладно. А так все хорошо. Воюем. Помаленьку. Парни, пизда всем дронам.
Did they really think a speaker system? No, it wasn't a speaker system. It's electronic warfare. They're drone jammers. They just made a video being like, look at our new drone jammers. And then Ukraine bombed their drone jammers. Looked, exactly. Looked. Looked like Dorothy from Twister. Like, it is my favorite thing. Watching these Russians get this shit kicked out of them. Seems like the drone jammers didn't do the jamming. Yeah, no, it doesn't seem like they did. It does not seem like they did. In fact, it seems like the opposite. I don't know if a drone blew that up, or if it was a Ukrainian F-16, or like a glide bomb. We've been seeing quite a bit more Ukrainian F-16s up in the sky and all that shit. I do have to talk about Europe and Russia and all of that. We'll get to it when we get to it. Probably not today, because we have to talk about Venezuela first. And also we got to talk about the Discord breach. Now, I talked about this a bit on Friday on this space, but if you weren't there, Discord was breached. Like, pretty big Discord breach. A lot of people's data got out. It's like 1.5 like terabytes worth of just like login information, people's credit card numbers, the last 4, including the expiration date, like all of that stuff. And shit, where the fuck was I? I have no idea. But the actual like leak has gotten worse. So first off, the way that this happened is the actual Discord company was not breached. It was a Discord subsidiary called Zendesk, which was breached. And this breach happened because, well, Here, let's read it from them. Turns out that in August, the threat actors who compromised Discord began sending emails to Discord outsourced employees, offering them money in exchange for access to Discord's internals. The people they emailed were a very small team located in Southeast Asia. This particular office only had about a handful of employees assigned to working the Discord help desk, including age verification. This team is assigned to primarily handle backlog work, and this team had a great deal of access and were believed to be trusted. One of the emails that this team received offered $500 compensation to prove that they're Discord BPO employees. They offered an additional several $1,000 lump sum payment in exchange for giving them access. The Discord BPO employees were told to ignore the emails. Turns out that they didn't ignore the emails. But also, like, $500 in this Southeast Asian country is an astronomical amount of money. The several $1,000 lump sum payment would be enough for this person to live comfortably for several years in their country. Clap, easy bribery, a true classic of an art form. Well, again, like, this is the benefit of social engineering. Good thing I've never actually put anything meaningful, any meaningful info into Discord ever. That's good. If you have registered like this with an email address that you also have other logins registered to, I would change that password anyway. If you have used your credit card or your debit card to purchase, like, I don't know, Discord Nitro or like a server boost or whatnot, you were probably better off just canceling that card and then getting a new one. Over 2 million government ID photos were stolen, and they are leaking some of this info. Like, Discord is not paying the ransom, which generally you don't do because that's how ransomware works. If you pay the ransom, then you're going to get more ransomware. In fact, a lot of threat actors and hackers broadly just don't do ransomware anymore because it doesn't make them any money because no one pays the ransom. But they are threatening to release this info one by one. And they are doing so. In fact, here's a table of some of the leaked info that was put out already. Several different countries. I mean, like, phone numbers, pending, like, deletion, whether you paid for something, whether you have a support ticket. Guys, we swear it's not a bad idea. Looking at you, Stanislav, you fucking idiot. Well, again, like, this is the entire example that you would use to explain why ID verification is a shitty system. Because, not only do the companies themselves that do the ID checking have an inability to stop getting hacked, but also, like, the companies that hold on to that ID information. Like, that's just another company. Ransomware's weakness was also the power plug. A bit. I have a massive assortment of passwords I personally encrypted with my own patterns that I only know of. Like, good for you. Goddamn right, Salamander Sapien. No two passwords are ever the same, and the place where I store them would need a human decoder to read. Perfect. That's exactly what you should be doing. I mean, like, you don't need to go that far necessarily, but you should. Norway, Pakistan, the UK, Belgium, Canada, Indonesia, Saudi Arabia, Malaysia, Czechia, Ukraine, Italy, South Korea, Poland, Albania, the US, Brazil, India, Kosovo, Spain, like, everywhere. That is far less secure. Well, don't use your own encryption patterns. Well, like, if we're talking about, like, a 16-digit pass, or honestly, like, rather than just, like, a login password, I prefer using a, like, pass key, which is not something that you necessarily, like, type in. It's a file. I had 6 months of a year of Nitro on my old Discord account before I got banned for being trans back in the day. I haven't had Nitro since, but it was gifted to me to begin with. Fair enough. As long as you haven't put your credit card info in, then you don't have to worry too much about that. Also, they are releasing info related to Tyler Robinson, which is interesting for these hackers to be doing. But I have nothing more on that. Again, like, going and trying to reach this information is a bit of a gray area legally, so it doesn't matter. But correction for something that I said on Friday, because I was wrong. At the time, there wasn't any direct info out that Discord that the leak was primarily not primarily, and not really even specifically either, but was more broadly affecting people that had an open support ticket. And now there is actually evidence indicating that. Discord maintained a list of accounts, by the way, that agents were instructed to not interact with, directing them to quietly close tickets without a response. And these accounts included like Streamlabs, US Army Esports, TeamSpeak, Dr. Disrespect, Park, Call Me Cars, I don't know who these people are, no text-to-speech, stuff like that. Okay. I will not be reading that, Buncore. But let's take a look at just like how bad this actually is. Only the finest 09A approved femboys are permitted, of course. Of course. I've only ever heard the name. I don't know who that is. Salamander Sapien.
Oh, so if you're a Discord user, listen up. If you had your credit card set up on Discord, if you're a user of Discord Nitro, you have your payment information there, go maybe block that card and cancel it, get a new card. Because millions of users have had their data possibly breached by hackers on Discord, and we don't even know the extent of the damage yet. Now, I know what you're thinking, it's just a data breach. I've heard of many of them on hotels, and yeah, they have my username and my name, so what? Well, this case, it could include government IDs and partial payment information for some people. Now, how partial is the partial? We don't know.
From what I've heard, it is last four of the credit card number plus the expiration date, possibly more than that.
No, I wouldn't take any chances. Now, Discord kind of came in and clarified this and said, whoa, wait a minute, we don't have 2.1 million photos exposed. We had approximately 70,000 users that had their government ID photos exposed. It's not exactly good news when that's the company PR statement. And you know how this happened?
Also, like, yes, no, 2.1 million photos of government IDs were disclosed. They're just lying. Again, I believe the hackers who are currently releasing some of these. Discord just asked for government IDs. They have to now in several countries. Like, you are required by law. The UK requires this by law. Australia will require this by law as of December. America will require this by law soon too, Salamander Sapien. All of the internet is going to require digital ID. That's fucking nuts. Yeah, it is. That's why everyone's against it. I've talked about this at length. The UK now you need a digital ID to get a job in the UK now, according to Keir Starmer.
Through Discord's Zendesk support instance. So if you're dealing with Discord support or you've had issues, especially in the malware community with Discord trust and safety, so if you've done any kind of work with them, it's very possible if you tried to verify yourself, gave them any information, that could have been compromised. So I guess that's the outer rim of this ring of fire of people who might be in trouble because of this breach. Now, of course, Discord says this is not a breach of Discord itself, but rather a third-party service we use to support our
Any platform asking me for my ID will get their app promptly deleted from my device, and I will proceed to entertain myself with riveting fantasy romance novels. Based. Again, like, there's only so much avoidance you can do until they make it mandatory for you to get a job being this. Like, you need that government-issued digital ID. And that digital ID is, I mean, like, fundamentally no different than your regular ID, but it is also tied to your entire online footprint. And this then goes into the social credit score, Larry Ellison WeChat in America thing that they're building, and also Europe and Australia and everywhere else. Mind you that, like, I've already explained how you could do digital ID in a way that respects people's privacy, respects anonymity, and does not risk massive data breaches. It is both cheaper, more optically popular, more durable, and easier to implement. But no, nobody wants to do it. Again, in Australia, I went and saw like one of my elected representatives, and was told that I was going to get referred to the cybersecurity minister to talk about this. Did I? No, of course not. Of course not. My online footprint will be purged as possible, like long before then. I have a plan for this. It's not foolproof, but it's at least something. Well, you might have to start now, considering like they're doing it now. God damn it, I have to go. Have a great night, all. Peace and love. Damn, see ya, Jet. Hopefully you have a good night. And I will see you next time. I'll message you after, because you and I are supposed to play Borderlands today. To be fair, follow-up is kind of key. Meeting one leads to nothing 105% of the time. Well, of course, but like, still, there is zero shot that like they're interested in doing this because of the fact that it doesn't make them money. You could very easily create a digital ID that is randomly generated hash that is encoded with the birthday and a bunch of random data so as to be even more difficult to read if you don't know how to, parse through the randomized data, which is a system that we already implement. Like, we already use this. It's already on your phone. That's how the App Store knows that you haven't hacked into their app, for example. Or you could take it one step further and use PGP, which is going to be done the same way. It's just going to be only half of that key is publicly available, and the other half it's not. Like, we'll talk, there's more at play. Oh, of course there is, but like, it's all money in the
customer service efforts, again, the trust and safety team. So maybe if you've never had to deal with any kind of support ticket on Discord, you're okay. But once again, we've seen in the past, companies have downplayed the impact of breaches, or they're not aware of the full extent, and they try to give the minimum possible statement to validate what they do know. And the attackers have different claims, and the truth kind of ends up being in the middle somewhere. And that is why I started this video saying, don't take any chances. Now, I know it's probably not essential for every Discord user, but again, we don't know. That's the issue with cybersecurity. The most people mindset doesn't work, because you could be one of the few people who gets impacted if you don't do something because you think you're in the most people category. So Discord was actually negotiating with the cyber criminals, and then they kind of dropped off, and that's what pissed off the hackers. And then they started releasing some of this information. The hackers say Discord is not being transparent or honest about the severity of the breach. Another reason, replace your cards.
Yeah, it's pretty bad when you have to rely on the actual hackers for the story of how bad the hack was, because the company that got hacked will keep lying about it. I will say, the stream got me to get my passport way earlier this year. Sure glad I did that, because who the fuck knows how you can get one now? I'm glad you did too. I really am glad you did too. Yeah, it's not as easy. And it will only get harder.
The precautions, because you never know. The hackers say they stole 1.6 terabytes of data from the company's Zendesk instance. And once again, this is not a case of a vulnerability or a breach of the software, but a compromised account belonging to a support agent employed
it's just
through
social engineering. Again, like, they called and offered to pay these people $500 to let them in. That was it.
Business attack surface. This is going to keep getting worse and worse in the future, because we have so many interdependencies, so many large companies outsourcing their IT, their support to smaller companies that have little to no cybersecurity. They don't understand insider threat. So even a small compromise of some irrelevant tech support firm that you've never heard of could end up compromising your Discord, your Microsoft account, who knows. And another thing to keep in mind is your phone numbers and email addresses. So those could be exposed because, Discord requires verifying those. So if you've been a good Discord user, used your phone number to verify, now that number could end up on the dark web and you could get spam calls. Good time.
And when someone has your phone number, or God forbid, your phone number and your email address, they can find quite a lot about you. People always forget how much hacking is just straight up phishing or asking for data, as opposed to some like super secret hacker man's dropping some worm into the system. Yeah, no, it's oftentimes just like pretending that you are someone with authority, or like the actual person when you're not. Like, more often than not. But you guys gotta remember that we are also in the golden age of cybercrime, and we are not making it better. If they get your email, oftentimes they can get your phone number. Yeah, exactly. Or the other way around as well. And we're actually making it worse. The classic clipboard high-vis is shockingly effective. Yeah, that does not surprise me at all. I'm your boss, send me all of this data, do not read my email address. Again, like, could work. Will work some tiny percentage of the time, absolutely. Especially when we make things harder, like this.
Legacy financial institutions get regulatory slaps on the wrist when something does happen for actual money laundering, while a developer who wrote non-custodial privacy code faces 45 years in a federal prison with really dangerous people. Storm maintained the Tornado Cash's website, and that made the protocol easier to use. Prosecutors claimed that this proves criminal intent, and again, becomes a criminal conspirator. Anyone who fixes a bug in Tor commits a felony by that same logic, and anyone who answers a question about Monero on Stack Overflow joins a money laundering conspiracy. Like, this is the level of stupidity that we're actually dealing with here.
We are creating this system. Mind you, most countries have conspiracy laws on the books. If you and I discuss a crime and plan out how that would be committed, even if neither of us intend on committing a crime, and then one of us goes on to commit that crime without informing the other one, both of us are guilty. Like, that's how that works on the books. Oh yeah, by the way, use Monero. True. Daily reminder to find resilient payment methods. Also true. Again, like, they're very likely to start using economic sanctions against financial institutions and also individuals that they declare as Antifa. As we know, that is what we tend to do with groups that we declare as foreign terrorist organizations. I'd be shocked if we didn't do that for domestic ones. Again, the bar is a little bit higher because you then have to also, like, get the financial institutions on board and sometimes foreign countries on board with that line of action. But clearly, they're not having that much of a hard time with that kind of stuff. Now, moving over and looking at Venezuela. This was earlier in the month. So, several MH Little Bird light attack helicopters, MH-60M Black Hawk helicopters with the U.S. Army's 160th Special Operations Aviation Regiment, likely attached to the MV Ocean Trader, which is the civilian-looking cargo vessel that's actually operated by the NSA, which has been confirmed to be operating there. Like, it's been... The government has come out and made that claim. And also, like, they did it because OSINT people spotted it like a day before, but it is what it is. A highly customizable roll-on, roll-off cargo ship converted into a Special Operations Command Center, and the mothership, quote-unquote, operated by the U.S. Military Sea Lift Command, were spotted conducting training operations off the coast of Trinidad and Tobago earlier this week, only miles from the shore of Venezuela. Unsurprisingly. Like, we're going to war with Venezuela. I don't see how this doesn't happen. I mean, not gonna lie, fucking cool. I guess so, yeah, but Venezuela, the non-fentanyl country that much rather traffic in cocaine, is pouring Fenty. Therefore, we are at war, I guess. Again, like, if this was about drugs, there's a lot of other targets that we could have had that are much more relevant. Like, for example, American drug companies, the real drug cartels. Now, the hatred towards Venezuela is going to get a lot worse, considering the Norwegian Nobel Committee decided to award the 2025 Nobel Peace Prize to Maria Corina Machado for her tireless work promoting democratic rights for the people of Venezuela and for her struggle to achieve a just and peaceful transition from dictatorship to democracy. Very funny. Don't Trump's sons literally walk up and down the street sliding coke into their gums? They do indeed, Sassy Sasa. Why are the Norwegians messy? I don't know. Because it's cool. Based in Virginia or maybe Connecticut. For the MV Ocean Trader? I didn't know that. I figured that it would not be in such an obvious place. But yeah, no, the fact that Trump really, really wanted that Nobel Peace Prize and it just went to like a Venezuelan is probably going to piss him off quite a bit. Now, we've also asked Grenada for permission to host military radar equipment and technical personnel at Maurice Bishop International Airport, just off the Venezuela coast. Grenada says that it's carefully reviewing the request, citing national sovereignty, public safety, and economic interests. He's going to invade Vuvuzela to steal her trophy. Also their oil and gold. But, yeah. Ministry of Foreign Affairs clarifies U.S. request for temporary radar equipment at MBIA, October 9, 2025. St. George's, Grenada. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Trade and Export Development confirms that a request for the temporary installation of radar equipment and associated technical personnel at Maurice Bishop International Airport was received from the government of the United States of America. The Ministry of National Security, Legal Affairs, and Foreign Affairs are carefully assessing and reviewing the request in technical consultation in coordination with the Grenada Airports Authority and other relevant agencies. At this stage, the government of Grenada is carefully reviewing. Any decisions will be made only after all technical and legal assessments have been completed. We'll see how that goes. He doesn't care. She offered her peace prize to him. Machado is a Zionist ghoul who wants the U.S. to invade Venezuela. Well, yes, that was the other thing I was going to get to in a second, because I do also have that. Now, it is incredibly fucking funny that we gave the Nobel Peace Prize to the woman who wants America to invade her country. I suppose she's still more deserving of it than the guy who's currently invading his own country, but she's not deserving of it at all in, like, broad terms. But the recognition of struggle for all Venezuelans is a boost to conclude our task to conquer freedom. We are on the threshold of victory, and today, more than ever, we count on President Trump and the people of the United States, the people of Latin America, and the democratic nations of the world, our principal allies to achieve freedom and democracy. I dedicate this prize to the suffering of the people of Venezuela and President Trump for his decisive support for our cause. Look, Maduro is a dictator. Maduro is a piece of shit. Maduro is better than Trump. And, like, this is insane to me. He sucks, that is true. I wonder how much my bet would be worth, but I'd put money on the Nobel Committee deciding votes, getting a visit from a guy with ripcord and a fuck-off silencer, not literally, but the warning of such. Yeah, I could see it, Buncor. I don't know how a Zionist who wants America to invade her own country gets a Nobel Peace Prize other than that. Since our government is for sale in every way possible, I can genuinely see her trying to manipulate Trump into knocking over Maduro regime for her own interest. Well, that is what she's doing. It's just also her interests align with that of the United States in this case. But, like, yes, no, like, that is what she's doing. Look at what Zelensky's doing. Zelensky said yesterday that he would nominate Trump for the Nobel Prize next year as long as we keep giving them tomahawks to bomb Russia with. Which, to be fair, like, good for Zelensky. I would also say that thing, but it works, clearly. Like, when the government is entirely for sale and the president is interested in nothing but getting his dick sucked, rhetorically, I could see it. To conquer freedom, is this a mistranslation? No, I think it's a mistranslation. Sounds good to me. Give it to him. We need to explode more orcs. I agree. It's the best strat. Speaking of exploding orcs, before we continue on with this in Venezuela, I want to show you some of the new orc exploding technology that Ukraine put together. You guys ever seen a 50 cal M2 operated by a Steam Deck? Because I think it's fucking sick. In modern day, when your government needs support, just flatter Trump, basically. It's popping orcs, Sassy Sasa. Shooting at the Russians. VR on that Steam Deck game looking solid. I agree. This is what Gabe Newell had in mind. 100%.
Пострел!
Like a fucking Steam Deck. Honestly, I need like 7 of these. If I was the president of the United States, I would say that it is terrorism to have any less than a pirate ship's worth of weapons in your house. I am not a gun appreciator. Fair, you don't have to be. I am one for sure, though. For sure. I promise to use my powers responsibly. I agree. Much safer than trench warfare? Well, to an extent, because alongside this, and this will relate to what we're doing in Venezuela, but let's take a look at what Europe's doing with their military tech boom. Because some of this I've talked about before, we just haven't seen it this clearly yet before, and it's pretty fucking scary, because this all comes along with that.
Warfare, Europe is rethinking how to defend itself. With Russia's war in Ukraine and a string of breaches to airspace, the continent is scaling fast, with smaller systems, smarter tech, and even some private money footing that bill. At the center of Europe's defense resurgence is Helsing, a 12 billion euro AI startup out of Munich that's drawing comparisons to California-based Anduril Industries, currently valued at around 30 billion.
I was anti-gun until it became impossible, like, logistically to get rid of them, and also you can now print them at home. So now I'm pro-gun, because everyone should have a gun, considering you could just print them at home. One thing that strikes me about the Russia-Ukraine war is the number of wide-open spaces for fights, Planet Namek-looking war. I mean, to be fair, there's a lot of holes in the ground because of Russian artillery.
$1 billion. Both are changing how modern militaries spend and build, from AI-powered fighter jets to autonomous systems and surveillance tools the size of insects.
These cyborg bugs are equipped with cameras, electronic signals, and stimulators for remote control. Imagine swarms spying on enemy positions or aiding.
And these are the cybernetic zombified cockroach swarms that I've talked about before. But yeah, like, that's fucking terrifying to me. It should be to you too. If the future of warfare is armies of robots fighting each other as proxies and the losing side gives up when they run out of robots, at least no one has to die. Yeah, but we're not doing that. Is this real? Yeah, no, this is real. This is real. I've talked about this at length, but here. German cybernetic cockroaches. I will send the actual Reuters article in the chat. Why do we live in a cartoon? Don't know. Don't know. But no, yeah, no, these are fucking real. Again, here we go. Germany lead, spy cockroaches. Are biorobots based on living insects that are equipped with neural stimulation sensors and secure communication modules. They can be steered individually or operated autonomously by swarms. Electrical stimuli should allow humans to control the insects' movements remotely. The aim is for them to be able to provide surveillance information in hostile environments. Yep. Just make the worst possible tech that we could. The problem is that the robots are just used for killing humans. That is one of the bigger problems. Is this really easier than making small robots? I don't know. It might be harder. It might just be more fun. Also, like, when you start talking about using electrical stimuli to control, like, the body and brain of an animal, especially, like, you know, one like an insect, that often indicates to me that there are plans for larger animals down the line.
Rescue missions.
Introducing the CA-1 Europa, Helsing's autonomous combat aerial vehicle designed to redefine air dominance.
This wave of innovation comes as Europe...
Wait a minute. I'm waiting a minute. Not gonna lie, this kind of shit makes me want to do some gain-of-function research with 14 ferrets, 6 months in the woods alone. End the project, yeah. Right, I'm a large animal. Are they gonna put that on me? Eventually. You just put a chip on the bug and can control its movements. Interesting. Well, not just a chip on it, it is a cybernetic augmentation. You know, zombie is supposed to be a joke, right? Unfortunately, it's not. They literally do functionally just make that bug brain dead so that they could pilot its zombified form.
Confronts a new kind of threat. In recent weeks, so-called unidentified aerial incursions from Germany to Norway...
We'll talk about that another time. But I wanted to show you this because it does relate to a lot of what we're doing. Now, sure, right now we're not seeing any cybernetic cockroaches being deployed to Venezuela. ICE augmentation coming 2027, you're not that far off. They will be having, drone checkpoints across state lines soon. So, amid escalating tensions with Venezuela, U.S. Air Force C-17A Globemaster III arrived at the Piarco International Airport in the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, the southernmost island country in the Caribbean Sea off the coast of Venezuela, in order to conduct a dignified transfer and transport of a naval officer serving with the U.S. Embassy who died of suicide last week in the port of Spain. Sure, I believe that. I'm sure we're doing some other shit alongside it. Seriously, this shit scares the hell out of me. Just like one intelligent, angry enough person to unleash God knows how many plagues. That's true. I just spilled a bag of M&Ms on the floor. It's Sojo over for me. It's Sojo over for us all. Have any of y'all seen the short film called Slaughterbots? No, but I have seen Supernatural. Not Supernatural, Futurama. I don't know why I said Supernatural there. Well, close enough. We are run by the devil, so, God knows what else we brought with that C-17. Obviously, we didn't send a C-17 for one dead officer. Now, the Venezuelan government has requested an emergency session of the United Nations Security Council, citing expectations of an armed attack by the United States against Venezuela in a very short time. And to be fair, we have essentially said that we will be doing that. No, we run by the Antichrist and a Gooner. Well, I mean, yes, but same difference. Not very much of an actual difference. And we've been amassing firepower in the Caribbean for months now. We have F-35s, we have Marines, the Iwo Jima amphibious landing groups doing practice runs in Puerto Rico, which, by the way, free Puerto Rico, U.S. occupied territory. Beyond that, we've killed how many civilians already? Just this week, this past week, we bombed what we thought was a Venezuelan fishing boat, which turned out to be a Colombian fishing boat, not a Venezuelan fishing boat. And when Colombia spoke about it, said, this is an issue, you killed some of our people, we called them liars. And then continued onward. Free Puerto Rico, free Hawaii. True. USA should not have veto powers. Who agreed to that? Well, we did kind of help make the Security Council. To be fair, Russia shouldn't have veto powers. The UK shouldn't have veto powers. And China should have veto powers. The Security Council should be very, very much just updated entirely. At the very least, you should not have that veto power be able to stop any resolution. There needs to be a safety for that, but also you should have a regional power from every region at the very least in the Security Council. China is okay to veto. Well, yeah, but that's because they're an actual regional power that isn't just doing the most evil shit on the planet. They used to be one of the ones doing the most evil shit on the planet. Now they're just number 4 on the evil scale. Nobody gets veto power is my preference, yeah. I would prefer, a Security Council to exist in that, they have a little bit more leverage and weight to them, but no veto power. And, again, regional powers from every part of the globe. I think you need like Indonesia, Australia, Nigeria, Brazil brought into the Security Council. America and the UK can fuck right out of it. Canada can take America's place. France is already in there, so like that's Europe for them. And throw India in there. Throw Iran in there. It should actually represent the regional, like, powers of the globe. That is Canada's plan all along. They're getting ready. That would be pretty cool. That's terrifying, isn't it? Monitored wildlife populations in Latin America and the Caribbean have declined by an average of 95% between 1970 and 2020. Yeah, that is terrifying. Did you know that, do you know how many species of animal go extinct per day? Go extinct per day. Right now, like we were in the midst of a mass extinction event. Right now, up from 150 to 250 species go extinct every day. Every hour, like 3 species disappear from this planet. We're probably not going to have any birds left in 20 years. A lot of it is just the shrinking of the Amazon alone. That too. It'd be wild if like Brazil was like, all right, everyone needs to switch to green energy or I'm going to burn down the Amazon rainforest. I don't think that would be a good idea because no one would do it, but it would be funny to think about. So let's jump back to Venezuela.
As tensions rise between the U.S. and Venezuela, the Pentagon is steadily amassing combat power in the Caribbean, signaling the potential for a much larger and longer-lasting campaign.
We'll see what happens with Venezuela. Venezuela's been very dangerous.
Some of the buildup has been intentionally noisy.
Make no mistake about it.
And posted on social media.
What you're doing right now, it's not training. This is the real world exercise.
But much of it has unfolded more discreetly, with assets moving around the theater. So here's what we know about the U.S. buildup in the region so far.
Oh yeah, no, there's no way to stop climate change. We passed all the tipping points a long time ago. In fact, recent studies indicate that like the planet is warming at twice the rate that we initially thought it was. So actually, it's twice as bad.
And what it could mean for Venezuela. In late August, the U.S. ordered 3 warships into the Caribbean. And as the Trump administration began its controversial strikes on alleged Venezuelan drug boats in early September, a Marine Expeditionary Unit, or MEU, deployed to the Caribbean and began exercises. A MEU consists of about 2,200 Marines and sailors who operate from ships with air and ground attack capabilities. They're trained to launch missions in a matter of hours. In the weeks that followed, C-17 cargo planes and F-35 fighter.
Again, alleged drug boats that were not drug boats. By the way, guess who ordered those strikes? It wasn't Trump. It was Stephen Miller. Stephen Miller ordered those strikes, and we did them. The Deputy Chief of Staff to the White House.
Jets began arriving at the once-shuttered naval station Roosevelt Roads, signaling the activation of the old U.S. military base in Puerto Rico. Also in Puerto Rico, a P-8 Poseidon spy plane and MQ-9 Reaper drones were identified in various locations. Reapers are extended-range drones that can stay in the air for more than 24 hours and carry multiple weapons. Open-source researchers have also posted about another significant development, the possible presence of a secretive U.S. Special Operations ship.
That would be the MV Ocean Trader.
What do those types of equipment signal? What message is the U.S. sending?
Well, I think the U.S. is sending the message that it's willing to put some of its best assets, both in the air and at sea, in the Western Hemisphere, which is becoming an increasing priority for the Trump administration. I think it shows that the administration is keen to give the president options should he wish to take this to the next level and consider strike packages against the regime in Venezuelan territory.
U.S. military bases, islands, and partners in the region could play a key role in whatever comes next. The U.S. has bases in Guantanamo Bay, Cuba, and in Puerto Rico, and nearby are the U.S. Virgin Islands. There have been dozens of C-17 flights to St. Croix in recent weeks. The U.S. also has friendly relations with Barbados, Grenada, and Trinidad and Tobago, and could lean on them for help. In Trinidad and Tobago, the Pentagon has a status of forces agreement, which means it could potentially stage forces and assets in the country.
If the United States is able to put assets in Trinidad and Tobago, it's essentially on the doorstep. And the closer you can get, the more pieces of equipment you can bring to bear.
So wait, what really is gained from this? Doesn't the USA already have a fuck ton of oil right now? Aren't we an oil net exporter? Is there some other reason? Yes, the oil is very much not like the point here. First off, Trump fucking hates Maduro. Going back going back to even just like the last administration. Beyond that, Venezuela has not just oil, but like a lot of natural resources. Beyond that, it is a way to just like, the war effort with Venezuela allows for them to do further fascism at home. It also, like, is it just like a guinea pig that allows us to be at war for a bunch of executive actions? That as well. And also, like, other rare earths foothold in the region we're losing control of. Also, like, Venezuela does host radar for China and Russia. Because, I mean, like, wouldn't you if you were an enemy of the United States? I'm honestly a bit surprised that Trump hasn't moved to the U.S. Virgin Islands because he thinks that asylum seekers are from asylums. Well, maybe after he retires. Yeah, Venezuela is very strategically important. It is, indeed. It is, like, quite important. I guess, to be fair, fascists always just invade anyone for any reason, any time. Well, I mean, like, this does make sense. It's just, we didn't need to invade it. And on the rare earth mineral stuff, I actually do have some updates on that as well.
The less you have to worry about logistics and resupply and refueling sometimes in midair.
The Pentagon didn't respond to a request for comment, but the Trump administration, which accuses Maduro of leading a drug cartel, has hinted at escalation.
So we hit a number of boats, you probably saw that, and now we'll look at cartels. We're going to look very seriously at cartels coming by land.
Nicolas Maduro is an indicted drug trafficker.
I announced $50 million
Thank
reward
you.
For his
I didn't think about that.
Maduro has denied these charges and has responded to the buildup by staging military drills and calling on Venezuelans to take up arms. And while he's been trying to appease the Trump administration recently, the White House has continued to ramp up the pressure. How has he been reacting to the buildup?
Maduro has been preparing people for what he thinks is an existential threat to his regime. He's also been trying to rally Russia, China, Iran, some of his other authoritarian allies to his side. And notably, one of the things that I think he's really come up short on is getting any kind of pledge of mutual support should the United States take any kind of kinetic action against his regime.
To be fair, if we're talking about like Russia, China, and Iran and mutual support against the United States, I don't think Maduro really needs that pledge considering the state of things right now. Russia threatened to bomb American cities today in response to the United States following through and like approving Tomahawk missiles to Ukraine. Yeah, do it, please. I'm begging you. Honestly, it would be very funny. Natural resource makes sense, but I thought this government abandoned all sense of economics anyway. No. They abandon all sense of sensible economics. As like we talked about before, well at the beginning of this, they need to do the invasions. There's a reason that we want Greenland. We're still doing the Greenland stuff. I mean, like just a couple of months ago, I was reporting, actually no, it was last month, that 3 U.S. Officials were in Greenland conducting influence operations that even like the European Union was talking about it. I love how we are all on the same wavelength. Putin, please Minecraft my house. It would be incredible. They wouldn't last for much longer after that. Now, recently, we had a little bit of a kerfuffle with China again. Trump put 100% tariffs on China for rare earth minerals and like all of that they cut off for us. 100% tariff against goods entering the U.S. from China. He did back down from that today. which is good considering, like, you guys are already fucked with prices, but let's take a look on it for a second. It has been learned that China has taken extraordinarily aggressive position on trade in sending extremely hostile letter to the world, stating that they were going to, effective November 1st, 2025, impose large-scale export controls on virtually every product that they make, and some not even made by them. This affects all countries without exception and was obviously a plan devised by them years ago. It is absolutely unheard of in international trade, blah, 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 blah. Like, again, are we crying over the crypto bros crying? Are we going to go over the crypto bros crying? No, we're not. It's just, you should know. You should know by now that Bitcoin is a scam. And all crypto but Monero is a scam. Based on the fact that China has taken this unprecedented position and speaking only for the USA and not other nations who were similarly threatened, starting November 1st, 2025, or sooner, depending on any further actions or changes taken by China, the United States of America will impose a tariff of 100% on China over and above any tariff that we are currently paying. Also, November 1st, we will impose export controls on any and all critical software. The Trump admin just did this rug pull like 2 months ago. Yes, actually. They did indeed. Now, this is all in relation to rare earth minerals, which China has a lot of. Top 10 countries with the greatest known reserves of rare earths in 2024, that being China way up there. You didn't type that. No, of course. Like, AI writes most of the shit anyway. But for all of you, or let you all understand easily why I say this. Everyone talks about finding rare earths, but that's not the real challenge. Mining and finding them is easy. Refining them is the complicated, toxic, and very costly part. That's why around 90% of global refining is done in China. Countries mine, China refines it, and sends them back the final product. Everyone relied on China because it was simply cheaper and faster. Beijing invested heavily in rare earth refining decades ago, while many others ignored it, building the full industrial chain from processing to magnet production. Now, most countries mine the minerals and still have to send them to China to be refined and turned into usable tech components. So, there is a problem with that there. We'll probably find out what it truly means for the U.S. to depend on China for rare earths. Trump's latest move might speed that up. We'll see. I don't think the U.S. administration is the best to deal with China. They seem to be reactive rather than strategic, too focused on short-term political optics instead of building long-term deterrence or economic resilience. Obviously, Beijing plays a patient game. Washington does not. This is so fucking stressful. Yeah. China been trade maxing for nearly 5,000 years. That's also true. But then Trump backed down off the tariffs. Don't worry about China, it'll all be fine. Highly respected President Xi just had a bad moment. He doesn't want depression for his country, and neither do I. The USA wants to help China, not hurt it. Sure sounds like you're begging there, mate. We didn't do enough soft power in Africa to not depend on China for rare earth minerals. We stopped doing soft power in Africa. Like, to the point where now quite a lot of people in Africa are pro-Palestine and anti-Ukraine. And that's because the Russians and the Chinese came in and took all of the space that was left behind after we canceled USAID. How do your knees feel, Donnie boy? What's Xi's dick taste like? Everything Trump does is shady predator coded. I mean, that's because he's a shady predator. Now, if you'll forgive me a moment of whining about the Democrats, because I really do want to. It won't be all that long, I promise. Not for all that long. But this really pissed me off. Yeah, shady implies he's hiding it. So, Kamala Harris had an interview recently, and in it she said this, which, she's not wrong, but, like, bit too late for that lady.
what the DOJ does, and you know this better than I do, is so fundamental to the backbone of the country, right?
Yeah.
The rule of law versus the rule of men. Can Americans trust the criminal justice system right now and what's coming out of the DOJ?
I don't know if we can trust what's coming out of the Department of.
Also, the fact that you're going to be that fucking weak on it, you can't just be like, oh no, they're lying. Like, I told you guys this last year. He's going to use the military on you. He's lying. They're calling Antifa a terrorist organization. There's like 6 people in the entire United States that identify with Antifa. Like, you could just be saying that, but no, of course not. And this is why I don't want a 2028 election where a Democrat wins. I don't think that that would be better than what we have now. I don't think it would necessarily be worse, but it'd be the same.
Justice right now. And that pains me to say that.
Sorry, not the Department of Justice, the Department of Persecuting Our Enemies.
Spent the majority of my career as a prosecutor, where the work of a prosecutor should be to do justice. Many who have worked as U.S. attorneys, worked for the U.S. Department of Justice, talk openly and rightly about the fact that they should do their work without any fear and not in the interest of favor. And that so clearly is not what is ruling the day there. And when you have...
Like, I can't even listen to her. She should be doing a giant I told you so to her. She doesn't need to be nice. I understand if she's mentally checked out, but if she's checked out, why do interviews? Oh, well, that's because she's going to run again in 2028. This is the part of this that I fucking hate. Here's Mark Kelly. It wouldn't be the same if a Democrat won in 2028. It would be a pause in the momentum. Once a Dem wins, people will be like, we don't need to resist anymore. Everything's back to normal. Exactly, which is bad. If Democrat wins, everyone goes home, and then they get to do this unopposed. Like, it wouldn't even be a pause in the momentum. It might actually speed up the momentum in some parts of this. Now, other parts, sure, it would pause that momentum. Like, you wouldn't see as many, like, ICE raids happening, but, like, the Democrats are fully complicit now. There is maybe, like, 4 left that aren't, and they are so outspoken that I don't even count them Democrats anymore. Let's go out and canvass for our bulwark against the rise of fascism. Joseph R. Biden. Biden-Harris 28, yeah. Depends on how progressive we can make the Dems. Well, if you can get them all out of office and replace them with entirely new people, maybe. Still, really buy it.
Do you think that Kamala Harris would be a strong candidate in 2028?
Candidate, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, she was the nominee last time. I think
you would encourage her to run.
I think.
Fucking kidding me.
She would be incredibly strong. I think you're going to have, you know, a dozen, if not more, folks running. Probably.
These people just don't have any interest in winning.
Yeah,
Again, like full-on complicit to the regime. They are on the same side. They have, the Democrats have done functionally what TYT has done, which is this.
I'm talking about like, yes, we're going to surveil everybody. Everyone will be on their best behavior. Yes, you're a freak. You're a total creep.
That's just where the Democratic Party is these days. Minus, like, the anti-Semitism. Well, actually, no, full-on anti-Semitism considering, they're pro-Israel. Easy Roxy left his brain in space. It seems like it, yeah. She's gonna run again. Her strategy is not too effective. I would rather her just not run again. If she wanted to run, she should be out there organizing with Pritzker, Newsom, Zeron, literally anybody who seems to be fighting, but she doesn't like those people. And to be fair, like, Pritzker is not on our side either, as neither is Newsom, but, she fucking would hate Mamdani. Nobody believes me. I'm, very plugged into the world. Kamala is a brat, don't you know? What are you, fucking, Wisconsin? I promise, she is #1 by miles for the pick. Pick the loser who, lost against the losers who lost until they cheated their way to win. True. I'm hearing that actually it's going to be a, Harris-Buttigieg ticket. Right now, even Schumer is fighting harder than her, marginally, but I suppose. It's just gonna be, like, a split ticket between Buttigieg and her, though. And, mind you, fuck Buttigieg, too. Fucking, McKinsey ass. pay attention to the Supreme Court this week and what the black robe devils discuss about voting rights? I mean, why should I? I already know what they're going to say. You don't have the right to a free and fair election. Have you seen the stuff about the Dominion voting machine? Like, you're never having a free and fair election in this country ever again. You don't need to look at the Supreme Court to see that. It's so much worse than that already. Again, if you were going to have a free and fair election, the Republican-owned election tech firm that bought Dominion voting systems and forced them to drop the defamation lawsuits against Rudy Giuliani, Sidney Powell, and One American News Network should probably clue you in about that. Correct as of now, that is the preference amongst the makers. Makes sense. What about a cyanide pill and seppuku for 2028? I would literally rather that at this point. Only if it's, yeah. And by fighting, I mean literally doing anything. Very low bar. Yeah, the bar's not particularly high. Mike Lindell, that pillow guy, will probably beat Kamala in 2028. You know what the funny thing is that Dominion's also suing Mike Lindell, but they haven't dropped that suit. So I guess they're allowed to continue suing Mike Lindell. Thank you, Buncor. Thank you, thank you. Now let me pull up some of these fucking psychopaths really quickly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Thing is, 0 chance she gets through a primary in 28. Again, I don't care enough to think about it. It does not matter. Regardless, like, of how it goes. Respect for how perfectly executed the Republican coup was. Folks saw that shit coming 50 years out and did nothing. Same with global warming. Truly amazing. Honestly, Sassy Sasa, 100% agree. She's in whatever space Hillary is in. I see. No, she absolutely will. The primary will absolutely swing her way, even if it goes by today. Well, I mean, like, libs are going to be libs, huh? Let's take a look at what, like, is going on the right that isn't in the government, though. Because I feel like all of you could expect each of these, but it's important to really show it. So, first and foremost, here is Robert Morris, Texas megachurch pastor, who pled guilty to sexually abusing a child.
The man who once led one of the largest congregations in America. Today, walking into an Oklahoma courthouse, pleading guilty to sexually abusing an underage girl.
This has taken my entire lifetime to get here.
That girl was Cindy Clemishire, now 55. Inside the courtroom, delivering a message to her abuser through tears, as Gateway Church founder Robert Morris admitted to 5 felony counts of lewd or indecent acts with a child in the 80s.
I mean, this is 3 days ago, Sylvie, so, I mean, if you're on Twitter, you know about this, but there's a few of these.
People need to know who he is, that he came into our home as a pedophile, disguised as a preacher.
The abuse began on Christmas night in 1982, Cindy says, when she was 12 and Morris 21. It continued for years. A secret Cindy kept until 1987, when she told her parents and church leaders, and for the first time last year, shared publicly.
He started by touching my breast and putting his hands in my pants.
Decades passed. Morris grew into an evangelical powerhouse, even serving on President Trump's Spiritual Advisory Council.
Global, it's not the manosphere that divides behavior as left versus right. It is the media apparatus, which the manosphere is a part of. You are right, by the way. There is no left versus right. It's up versus down. The people who we call right are just the foot soldiers of up. Let's fucking go, Cindy. Us, my people, absolute demon freak. About the person who's, like, explaining what this demon did.
At times, alluding to past transgressions in his sermons.
Sexual temptation is an appetite of the flesh, and I developed an appetite before I was saved.
His sins that NBC News reported on last year, now officially crimes. Morris handed a 10-year sentence, though he will only serve 6 months in a county jail.
Handed a 10-year sentence and will only serve 6 months in county jail for raping a child. For raping a child. Got 10 years and will serve 6 months in county jail. We really, really are run by American ISIS. I made that joke not knowing the answer. No shot. I can't. Like, are you shouldn't be surprised at this point. No wonder that he pled guilty with that kind of plea deal, yeah.
Part of the negotiated plea deal. He will also have to register as a sex offender and pay $250,000 in restitution.
So is the president. Who cares?
There is hope to come out of shame and to be whole again.
The end of Weapons 2025? Delete if you understand this? I do not understand. Now, we have another MAGA that went nuts.
We have some very important breaking news that not enough people are talking about. This MAGA father right here woke up on the day of his sentencing for indecent exposure to a minor and tried to unalive his entire family.
Another MAGA pedophile went and tried to kill his whole family the day of his sentencing hearing.
As you can see here, he left a bunch of breadcrumbs on his Facebook page. Here's one of them saying, "I support Trump and I will not apologize for it." We'll take a look at some other ones in a minute. His 17-year-old son named Caleb unfortunately lost his life in this tragic event, and his 13-year-old son Bentley and 12
He didn't just lose his life, he was murdered by his father. But,
year-old daughter Kenzie survived but were transported to a hospital in critical condition. Unfortunately, one of his children is now paralyzed from the neck down because of what he did. He was convicted for exposing himself to a child in the care of his family's daycare between 2020 and 2023. And in the morning at 6 a.m. on the day he was supposed to be sentenced for this crime, he committed this atrocity, then tried to take his own life afterwards, but unfortunately failed. Here's a couple of his Facebook posts, though, saying, "I'm back. Did you miss me? See you on January 20th, 2025. Then he's got...
Like, the cowardice to go and commit, like, the acts that he did, you know, go and raping a child and shit, and then what, like, the moment you have to face some consequences, you go and try and off yourself, not to mention your family, but, like, they're all weak, spineless fucking cowards. Yeah, you go for it, bun, I don't know. Exhibit 900 quintillion of not a drag queen or a trans person. True. Usual suspects, of course. Some people really do view their families as an extension of themselves / property. Most Americans, I would say at this point. This is fake news. He had a note on his laptop that said, "Antifa ideology, Trump bad, radical leftist confirmed." Exactly.
Got this picture of Trump right here saying, "Haha, you missed." And here's a picture of this fine gentleman with a Donald Trump statue. The idolatry here is crazy. And of course, he loved Charlie Kirk and was a big Christian, by the way. He even shared this post saying, "It's not happy holidays, it's Merry Christian nationalism." The so-called party of family values has been absolutely silent about this story. I wonder why. Because it doesn't suit their narrative, and it shows what happens when people are poisoned by far-right extremist ideology.
Horrible stuff. Standard stuff these days. Standard. We got another one. Trump supporter Pete Bardunias, 59, senior VP at Capital Region Chamber of Commerce, has been arrested for attempting to sexually abuse and torture a girl he believed was 15 years old. Pete Bardunias, 59, senior VP at Capital Region Chamber of Commerce, arrested October 7, 2025 in New York for attempted enticement of a minor. He allegedly thought he was communicating with a 15-year-old girl. According to the DOJ, Bardunias messaged an undercover FBI agent posing as a 15-year-old for 2 weeks, starting September 25th. He described violent sexual acts, including rape, strangulation, and torture, and planned a torture chamber. Bardunias allegedly discussed bringing the minor to his home and planned a gang rape scenario. On October 6th, he drove to Warren County meetup spot with Candy to make her comfortable, quote unquote, and was arrested after arriving. A search of his home found sex toys, restraints, a ball gag, and a knife matching his torture chamber plans. He faces life in prison if convicted. He's detained pending a hearing and is on unpaid suspension from the chamber. Now, again, usual fucking suspects, but also genuinely insane. Beyond that, this dude full on was someone who knew, like, again, senior VP at Capital Region Chamber of Commerce. I'm sure this man took a trip to the island at some point. I'm so confused. Was the planning CNC, while presuming this was an 18-year-old? No. Like, this was an FBI agent pretending to be a 15-year-old, and he was just talking about this like he was actually going to torture, rape, and kill her. And the FBI agent was just going along with it. I don't know, like, if the idea was, like, assuming that she would have, if she had been an adult, like, CNC type shit, or if this is just, like, psychosis. I'm leaning more towards psychosis because the idea of consent is not something that these people could even comprehend. There was also the megachurch pastor that pled guilty to, yeah, we just had a look at that, Liddy Bros. That was the one that I looked at just before this one. This segment that you're doing right now, Vizora, is the energy I want Democrats to bring to the table to shame the Trump admin if they had the courage. Anything less than this is, in my, like, from the Democrats specifically. Not everybody needs to have this kind of, like, rhetoric, but from our leaders, anything less than this would just be them, like, submitting to the regime. Yeah, it seems more like psychosis, I guess. It's impossible for me to get into their headspace. Fuck that, anyway. Yeah, my bad, only just dropped in. Fair enough. No worries at all, Liddy Bros. Good to see you. CNC refers to computer numerical control. I'm not understanding its relevance here. It refers to consensual non-consent, Salamander Sapien. It's a kink thing that consenting adults can practice, not in this case. Like, it wouldn't apply here. The question was more so, if this was a consenting adult, is that what he was trying to say? Democrats are going to compromise with Republicans by sacrificing 100 peasant children to the GOP every year. 100 is a bit of a low number, I would think, actually. Here's another example of a right-wing pedophile. Supporters of Texas pastor who admitted to sexually abusing a 12-year-old child say that, quote, God has forgiven him. I gotta say, I don't think that that's how that works. I mean, like, when I said that the United States is greater Little St. James, I was kind of joking. It seems like, no, we are just like, the country is now just Epstein Island now. Did you ever go over why he only got 6 months? Oh, yeah, because of the plea deal. It was in the video. It was insane. He got sentenced to 10 years and only will serve fucking 6 months in a local jail. Like a county jail. Not even a prison. It's fucking insane. And, beyond that, speaking of insane people, I'm going to close off with this one. This is insane, even for this guy. Actually, hold on. I have one more thing I'm going to show before I close off. So it's not actually this. But this is insane, even for Alex Jones. I was not prepared.
The Ukraine-Russia war, the NATO-U.S. proxy war with Russia, has come to its most dangerous point at this time. Russia has succeeded in its special military operation, securing the east of Ukraine and Crimea. And now, because Ukraine is not having elections and now not suing for peace, and NATO has decided to continue on, Russia is expanding and taking even more.
This Ukraine elections bullshit that Trump started is really fucking annoying. But of course, like, obviously these people are lying. There is no election that they could have because it's literally unconstitutional. It's in the Ukrainian constitution that you can't have an election like this. Is he in an airport? Yeah, he looks like it.
Cities and more towns, and talking about encircling Kharkiv and Kiev and then forcing everybody to evacuate and then leveling the place. So that's what happens in these wars if these escalations continue. And NATO has not come to the table with any of the deals that Putin had basically agreed with Trump. So now Trump says that he is going to give them Tomahawk cruise missiles in the next few weeks. He thinks. Russia came out today and said that is absolute war. That is direct war. You do that, we're going to start targeting.
As they do with literally every single action that is taken in any way that affects them.
NATO targets.
Or doesn't.
This is why there was a threat escalation ladder the RAND Corporation developed in the 50s that has been adopted worldwide. Every government uses it, okay? That's why, remember, Biden said we can't give them F-16s and Abrams tanks. That leads to World War III.
Well, I would counter this with the fact that Ukraine is currently using F-16s to bomb Russia and bomb Russian positions. And also, they have Abrams tanks. Is it World War III? No. Well, I mean, it is World War III, but that's not why. It's because they keep attacking fucking Europe, but it is what it is. Israel's also postponed elections because of their war. Never hear them talk about that. Of course not, because it's not based in any, like, reality. The fact that we're still, like, seeing people celebrating a ceasefire when the Israeli defense minister came out and was like, oh yeah, the moment that we get all our hostages back, we're going to continue bombing. It's insane.
That's what, because on the escalation ladder, there's the next escalation, and we're following the exact escalation up into limited nuclear war, total nuclear war, that basically just happens in a few hours once you go in the last few steps of this. So we have such a normalcy bias, though, that everybody just seems like, oh, that's a million miles away. Ukraine might as well be Mars. It's not. China just cut off all rare earth mineral exports to anybody that works for the U.S. They control 95% of it, okay? The globalists allow them to get positions like that. And now China's double-crossed them. This is absolutely out of control. So we're in the new world war. And that's what all the big think tanks have been saying for a couple of years. But now it's official, okay? You got 100,000 plus North Korean troops.
I've been saying it.
Ukraine, more coming.
Okay, so first off, there is 100,000 troops training in Ukraine right now. We don't know that they're North Korean. They're likely a mix of Russian, North Korean, and Chinese. The fact that he's calling this World War IV is pretty insane to me, honestly. Like, that's the craziest part about all of this, that this is World War IV now. Also, haven't Israel and Russia violated like 99% of all of their ceasefires? Not sure why this one's special, because everyone wants to just sweep the genocide under the rug and just pretend like the final solution isn't being implemented. Just a little Qatar money talking for a bit, then back to business. Remember that, like, Israel bombed Qatar, which is a close U.S. ally. In fact, we have an airbase that we keep our fucking, like, planes at. In fact, we moved our planes to that airbase when Iran was likely to retaliate against our bases. And also, like, the fact that Israel bombed Qatar meant that their bombs had to pass through American air defense, which made our air defense look shitty. How funny would it be if there is a future history, non-zero, well, you know, yeah, that this Nobel will be looked at as a worse decision than Kissinger? May he rest in peace with Charlie, Jesus, Malcolm X, and the Noid. Well, he called it the New World War, on brand, gotta give him that one, I suppose. Yeah.
Going on. This is the New World War. Now, the CIA called the Cold War World War III. I agree with that term. This is really World War IV. And it's
okay. The CIA called the the Cold War World War III. Sure. Why not?
It's economic, it's cultural, and it's incredibly dangerous. And NATO did start this. Doesn't mean Russia's perfect. But NATO and the EU are the bad guys. They encircled Russia. They started it. In the case of China, they're the...
My God. All right, we're just doing fucking pro-Russian talking points again. I thought we were done with this after last week. I guess not. Then again, I mean, we did send, what's his name, Witkoff over there to negotiate with the Russians using a Russian interpreter, like an actual Russian interpreter, one that has been regularly seen by the media, like translating for these fucking people. Of course. Do I want to go into Russia today? No, I don't. We'll go into Russia next. Now, I want to show you a couple miscellaneous things that I found interesting. And that'll be it for today. Now, first off, this is a wild fucking set of signs to see in rural Nebraska. Saying Russia is encircled is wild. Well, of course, it's fucking Alex Jones. Trump sucks. He wasn't shot. He didn't win. He's on the list. Rural Nebraska. Not exactly where you expect these kinds of signs to pop up. It seems like maybe fucking the farmers didn't end up all that positive for us, huh? Oh shit, we didn't talk about the fact that Pakistan's bombing Afghanistan today. Well, we're not gonna go into that now then, because it'll take too long, but I will show you this. This is the Taliban using American Humvees to transport their troops closer to the Pakistan border. These are the Humvees we left behind. I think that's very funny. Granted, like, considering, according to, like, by our government standards, the Taliban is woke now. So, like, I could see that pissing them off. Those aren't real Nebraskans. Those signs are paid for by George Soros. True. 100%. Alright. Secondly, New Zealand did the haka again in their parliament. And the response by, I don't know what this guy's position is, a white dude who is at the head of the chamber at the time, is the most British response that I could think of for something like this. If you don't know what the haka is, it is Maori cultural tradition. It is like a thing they do that signifies, like, it's not necessarily declaring war. It's this is bad. I'm showing displeasure at this. I will fight against this if you continue. Essentially, I'm abbreviating quite a bit here, but regardless of that, the first time they did the haka in the parliament, the actual MPs who performed it later ended up being censured. And now, that comment was deranged, might be. I don't know what you're talking about. Now, I mean, they're probably going to get censored again. YouTube probably going to censor? Probably.
The guarantee was that would not be taking place. No, not that. The guarantee was that would not be taking place.
So she starts doing the haka, and this fucking ox is like, no, not that. You guaranteed that wouldn't happen again. Brown people using their culture to send a political message, we can't have it in the parliament.
No, not that. The guarantee was that would not be taking place.
I've never seen a man look so British. Like, ever. Rotund ass man. True. Now, the first time that the haka was done was because of a law that was being passed that was discriminatory against the indigenous Maori. It's their country. Beyond that, you know, that shit genuinely scares the shit out of people. Well, yeah, but do I care? It's their fucking country. I love her. I do too. She looks based like 1-to-1. I want this in America. I want this woman to be the president. I would vote for her over Kamala Harris literally fucking any day. Free the haka. Would. So fast. Would. Me too. Me too, mate. Me too. No offense. Warrior wifey. The law also violated a treaty that they had from what I remember. Yes, actually, you're right. It was also that. It was like not only were they trying to take away the indigenous people's rights, but they were also violating a treaty. It's because the Conservatives in New Zealand are trying to repel elements of the Treaty of Waitangi, which would make sense as to why they were trying to go against the treaty to begin with, and like how all of that happened. Yeah, no, I could totally see why they would be mad and do the haka. It's their fucking country. And on a more positive note, this is the best meme and impression of Slavoj Žižek I've ever seen. Ever. If she doesn't have a chin tattoo, she's not the one. True.
Hello. You are trapped. You cannot escape. Right now, you cannot move your head, wiggle your toes, or breathe, and so on and so on. But I claim this is precisely when you are at your purest form of freedom. And when you are awake, you are truly imprisoned by the greatest paralysis of society. Ideology. To be fully conscious, but unable to move, allows you to truly see. You can only absorb the world with your brain, and you are not clouded by your physical permissiveness, you know, these awful monkey brain desires. Lacan would say this is in many ways a category of existence that would create love that addresses knowledge instead of desire. A love that is free from our Western unorthodox libertarian pragmatic concept of existence.
One core just crashing out. Honestly, like, he's doing a damn good job in sounding like Žižek.
This is for me the real horror. Once you awake, you will be covered in sweat, as the brutality of accepting ideology dawns upon you, like this movie I do not like, but The Matrix, like Neo. And my point, you know, is precisely this one. As you struggle against a body you cannot control, you expect to be more free. But mein Gott, it does not happen. You are only causing more pain. The only way to wake up from sleep paralysis is to accept it.
10 out of 10. I got no notes on that whatsoever. Broslaverin, true. Lady Brez, the treaty goes back to the original colonization period and is one of a kind for former British colonial possession. Nothing like that happened in Oz, for example. Instead, we said it was terra nullius, yeah. The Maoris banded together and fought colonization, and that treaty was the compromise. And that's why they want to take it away, if we're going to be clear here. Not real crash out, but like Omega Lol having fun. Oh, I know. I wasn't like being dead serious. If you want to actually crash out, I can start talking about how the US government is Omegaverse pilled, and how the entire government is run by a bunch of Omegas. I could go into that. Now I might traumatize the entirety of chat. Maybe not today. Maybe on Wednesday, when it's my birthday. We can have more fun then. Plus, I gotta find some good videos for that. It's a lesson plan, you know. What's an Omega? Okay, hold on. Let's see if we can do this. It's painful. Okay, I think I have a video. Let's give this a go. I'm so sorry, you guys. I'm so sorry for you guys. No, Beta would be better than Omega in this case.
Basic definition is that it is a subgenre of speculative fiction where canine-like attributes have been given to people. And that speculative fiction is any work that has things or has elements or settings that happen outside of the real or observable world. Now, the Omegaverse falls under the speculative fiction subgenre because it takes canine-like attributes and gives them to people. The Omegaverse was created in part to this now debunked theory about how wolf packs operate. However, there is a social hierarchy in the Omegaverse, and it goes alpha, then you have your betas, and then you have your omegas. So alpha, as the name implies, that's like they're number one. They are top of the food chain. They are like
This replaces biological sex.
the upper echelon. Betas being second. Realistically, most of the time betas are just used as a plot device. And then lastly, and certainly lastly in most of these worlds, you have omegas. Now, betas, like what kind of attributes they have is going to vary, like piece of fiction.
Oh no. This is unironically worse than that, but also this is what they actually believe. They're just not aware of it.
Fiction to piece of fiction. However, unanimously, your alphas are going to be, that's not how you spell that, are going to be your top dog, and that's quite fitting, as you'll find out. And then your omegas, they're bitches.
All omegas are submissive and breedable, and all alphas are not. This is some kink shit, like, that goes insane. Like, male-presenting characters that are omegas get pregnant. There are pheromones involved, alright? There are, physical attributes that change. For example, a cis woman who's an alpha would actually have a dick in this case. Whereas being an omega would result in you not having one. That's what decides your sexual characteristics, for example. It also gets worse.
And hear me out, okay? Don't cancel me. And I use the word bitches for omegas simply because we all know that Star Trek, like the original Star Trek, did plant the seed for what was to become the Omegaverse. However, it sprouted out of Supernatural's soil, more specifically...
This explains the Groiper desire with girl pain. Well, also, it's because, they're just, like, weird freaks. I don't know. I don't think you could attribute any logical explanation for the Groiper mental state. I mean, again, I've seen these people arguing with other neo-Nazis that trans people are Western culture and should be saved because they're white Western culture.
A2 RPF, which is Jared Jensen, like the two main leads in the show. RPF, which is real person fiction. It was a live journal, like kink meme prop, where somebody wanted a fanfic where Jared was the alpha male and Jensen was, and I quote, the bitch male, requested knotting, and henceforth the Omegaverse was...
And then we get into knotting, which is... Do I have to say... You know when, certain animals, finish while they're mating, and the actual material kind of, clogs up the exit way and creates, like, a little bulge below, like, the bottom, like, the top of the exit way, like, where the, material would flow out of, so that it can get stuck inside of the Omega as like a plug to prevent any leakage. I do not know any of this, and I'm sorry for making you do. Now you do. Now you do. All of these people are playing at queer furry shit, essentially. The dog dig swells up and creates a plug for the cum. Yes, essentially. Look, I'm trying to not get banned for the explicit content. Have you heard of Joanna How? No, I have not. I have not heard of this person. Let's Google them and see what this is. Oh, cool. Actual normal thing. Like a doctorate in philosophy, a person. Thank God. We're not still on the Omegaverse shit. Yeah, look, if you think about what they talk about and what they believe, it kind of lines up with this. Like the hierarchy of, I'm a manly man, I'm better. Like that's, like they want to be an alpha. They're all fucking omegas. It's so unusual that this is not registering in my brain, so I'm not experiencing any trauma. Here, let me see if I can make this clearer for you. Let's go on AO3. Let's just find one of these. Now this is often in relation to things like, you know, fan fiction and smut. Now I have to find one of these that I can actually show you the tags for that won't get me banned in and of itself. Sure, why not? That'll do. Give me a good one. What the fuck is going on here? Okay. This is a level of insanity that makes sense, for an example. This is Archive of Our Own. This is a website where people post their fan fiction. This is one of these Omegaverse fan fictions. This is a Call of Duty fan fiction, by the way. I don't know who the fuck is writing this kind of stuff. But Alpha, Beta, Omega dynamics, revolve around things like, you know, scenting, nodding, breeding kink. It's really, really not fun reading this stuff. Forced cohabitation, stuff like that, you know. Question mark, question mark, question mark. Yeah, I feel like that is a pretty reasonable reaction. You need to explain how beta, alpha, omega dynamics work. Mpreg. Okay, well, an alpha would impregnate an omega, whether by choice or not. The scent stuff falls into it there, I believe. Our troops. Oh, sassy salsa. I don't think I can keep talking about this after the our troops comment, because now all I can think about is the United States military just reading Omegaverse fanfiction and acting it out. They died for this, for our freedom to talk about Mpreg. Ah. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Do you know what they call a quarter pounder in France? They call it a royale with cheese. Do you know why? They do that in a lot of places outside of France too. Like even in Turkey, it's like that too. I don't know why, but I could guess. This is one of my law lectures, by the way. Considering you're South Straight, you should really be made aware who this is. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. I just opened the link. I'm going to look into them a bit more. I mean, if they're one of your lecturers, clearly they do a decent job because you're a good chatter. And if they're an SA, I might want to meet them. I'm fucking dying. Holy shit, that was just, goddamn, that is fucked as a topic. That is a fucked topic. I will agree. Look, on Wednesday we'll talk more about this. I'll come with receipts because I actually think it would be very funny to use this as some of the insults to the regime. It would be very, very, very upsetting to them to be compared to these people. But it is what it is. Trigger warning, by the way, this person is going to make you very, very mad, and I can assure you that you do not want to meet her. Well, shit. All right. We'll talk about it on Wednesday then, Liddy Bros. I'm going to do some research. It is extremely funny just in general. True. It's also actually true. So, you know, like whether or not they actually believe in that, they act like it, so close enough. Guys, join the Discord, please, if you haven't already. Build a community. Go and go outside and build one too. You can follow me on any of the socials. And if you would love to donate, you could do so through this link so that YouTube or Twitch don't take like half the money. I would really appreciate it. We all need to support independent media. Go follow this space if you don't want to donate. That could be your other type of support. This space. Do I have a Nightbot command for that one? Let's find out. Yes, I do. Go and drop a follow on this space as well. God damn, I will never get over that Bunkor. She's Australia's most prominent anti-abortion activist. Oh, great, a demon. Thank you. Good to know. Now, let me see if we can raid somebody. I haven't been on Twitch in a month, considering I've been banned, and a nice little raid would do wonders. So let's have a look. Sharing the VODs also helps the channel. That is true. Definitely also share the VODs. Oh, hell yes. Let's go see Cinemarxism. Oh, Kid is on? Okay, guys. 1 for Kid Not Kin, 2 for Cinemarxism. Place your votes. You got like 10 seconds. I forgot which one was 1, which one was 2. Alright, fuck it, let's go with Kid. That was 1. Makes sense, makes sense, makes sense. I will see you guys next time, and have a lovely evening. Raiding the raid. Sorry, we're going Kid Not Kin. And YouTube chat, obviously you're not as included in the raid, considering I don't know how to do that on YouTube. See you guys.